Frost is a shroud on the sleeping glen. We lay out the brat for the healing of men. A silver shadow moves over the height. Reed carries embers to swallow the night. Her footsteps are soft as the falling of wool, while the moon o'er the she is heavy and full. In the cold of the clay, lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The wheel is a-turning, the lights on the wing. She stands at the anvil where destiny's to hammer the future and soften the past. With iron and fire she tempers the soul, to make what was broken vibrant and whole. The ice starts to weep at the touch of her hand, as the green fire of Imbolc awakens the land. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow and into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. Cure for the weary, a song for the sage. A new leaf is turning on history's page. From the sacred well to the mountains rise the smoke of the morning in Breed's blue eyes. Oh, breathe, breathe life in the cold of the clay. Lead us from shadow into the day, with the spark of the forge and the flow of the spring. Wake every winter-bound slumbering thing. The snowdrop is waking, the shadows are breaking. Breed is here, the light is drawing near.
still, bound by the frost runes and winter's own will. Old Ymir is dreaming in temples of glass, waiting for shadows of ages to pass. Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of cold, turning the silver to rivers of gold. The rhyme giant slumber. The story is told. The wolf age is fading, the high winds subside. The thaw is a river of bone-chilling tide. From the roots of the world tree, the sap starts to climb, breaking the silence of ancient long time. The stones are whispering, the glaciers they weep, as the lords of the winter fall back into sleep.
Isa is breaking, Soilo is waking. From the iron wood to the salt sea foam, the light is finding its long way home.
Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of cold, turning the silver to rivers of gold.
Sleep, giant sleep. The earth is ours to keep.
All right, my friends, welcome back to another beautiful day in the tavern and day 5 of the Tavern Read-A-Thon. Welcome in. Let's see, we got a few things to shout out over on Twitch. Emerald Lady, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Erin, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Bethany, thank you for the 13. Maddie, let's get you a toot on the raid horn. Hannah, hello, good to see you. I'm going to greet everyone here in just a moment. Here we go. 3, 2, 1 to Matty. Welcome, welcome. Gunner in on 5 as well. Looks like very few people have missed any days of the Read-A-Thon, which is good and grand to hear. Fallen Crow, greeting, welcome in. They tried killing your stream. Well, of course they did. It's what they do. They are troublemakers. Would not have missed this for the world, my friend. Appreciated. It was broken. I did try to kill Matty's stream. It was broken. I also want to just call out real quick. We have another veteran not veteran as in military, but veteran as in veteran of the tavern, one of our oldest barkeeps, not by age, but by time served, is in today. I don't know if he's still in, but Magnus Ironside, Marcus, has found his way back behind the bar in the tavern today. I don't know how long he will be in, but Marcus joined the tavern around the same time that our beloved Captain Hoodie, Destiny, did, and it's been a good long while. He's been on a bit of a life journey, and he has made his way back to us. So huzzah! Oh, let's see who all is in. Hi. Now, in Danish, Emerald's Lady, does it have the upturn in the I or the downturn? Is it hi or hi when you say it? Because in Norway, it would have an upturn, so it would be like hi. Whereas in something like Japanese, it would be downturn, which is like oh hi yo, like that, something like that. He was around during the last Read-A-Thon, but not much, that's true. You did meet Marcus some time ago. Marcus was in the first ever Barkeeps meeting that we had. Marcus was there. And that was just after you had started being a barkeep on TikTok. Frost. Dragon of the West, hello my friend, good to see you. Yes. Rain, hello. Oh, let me say hello to everybody who's in. So we've had, depends on the situation, usually up. Solid. So Frost, hello. Matty, hello. Jody, hello. Rain, hello. Marcus, of course, hello. Matty, hello. Milu, hello. I saw that Teresa was in, so hello to Teresa. We've got Erin is in. Of course, Destiny is in. We have, I believe, Gunnar is in. We also had Tyson. Tyson made it in. Hello, good to see you, my friend. Sortalk was in earlier. Don't know if Sortalk is still in. And, okay, I think I got everybody who is in. Georgia is in. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Esther has joined us. Good eve, Esther. I hope you and Elsie are doing well. Crystal is here. Mr. Tidio. Oh, I missed Mr. Tidio. Mr. Tidio is in. I shared my breakfast on Discord. Now I'll share my horn. Okay, just make sure that you put a sensor bar over your horn for everybody. Twitch is more fun. The conversation is constantly rolling on Twitch, and the Twitch crowd is very lively. So if you want your tavern experience to be rolling, then you go over to Twitch. If you like it more calm, then Facebook or the YouTube portals are typically better. But if you want it on the run, then you got to go over through the Twitch portal. Hannah, hello, good to see you. Travis Cochran, hello, good to see you. Joker, good to see you. Welcome in. Hello, my friends. So very glad that you could join us for day 5 of the Tavern Read-A-Thon. Yeah, something about the ethos of Facebook doesn't really foster, because like Facebook is more of a passive platform anyways. Molly Sue, hello, good to see you. Bethany, hello. I think that because I read your stream streak message, I forgot to say hello. So I did not say hello. So hello, Bethany. Good to see you too. Welcome in. I think that just because Facebook is more of a passive platform, people are not as excited or as likely to get involved in the chat. And the way that the chat works over on Facebook is dumb. Like if you reply to somebody, it goes into a thread, and then that thread's not visible to everybody unless you click on the thread. It's the same way that the regular comments work on Facebook, so it's just not as easy to have a conversation over on the Facebook portal. Well, so Twitch may roll quickly, and I made the slow mode have a little bit less time. I'm probably gonna have to put it back up to 5 seconds, but 9:38 a.m. here in Australia on Friday. It is 4:39 here in the afternoon on Thursday. We missed reading the other day. I noticed that you were not in. What is your favorite story to tell, Castle? Ooh, that's a good question. So if you're talking about folklore stories, I have a few. I really love the tale of Fafnir, the whole tale of Fafnir, going from when Loki essentially saw to it that Fafnir and his kin would be cursed, all the way up to when Sigurd gets the treasure of Fafnir. I love that story. We just recently told a story about Icarus. I love the story of Icarus. More often because the story of Icarus is one of those ones that's often mistold. So I like telling the proper story of Icarus. I love a lot of the old German folk tales. Hello and good morning from Tokyo. I think you might be the first tavern patron ever to come in from Tokyo. But Sugar TL, hello and welcome in. Now, you've got a little tavern logo next to your name, which means you've been in before. Do I know you? Has it been a while since you've been in? Because I don't recognize the name, but you do have a little tavern logo next to your name, which means you've been in before. If it was stories overall that I love to tell, my favorite overall story, I love my family's folktale about the changing of the seasons. For the Lord of the Rings series, oh, so it's been some time, it's been over a year. It's interesting that this is when you're coming in, though, because let me get us to the Shire, my friend, since we're about to start anyways. There we are. We're back in the Shire. Look at us. We're all back at the hill. Oh, actually, TikTok's not there yet. Hang on. Oh, hang on. There we go. Now we're all there. Now we're all in the Shire again. Look at us. It's pretty good to see folks from all over the world joining us, even though we're all in. It is amazing how many folks come in. The time difference. No. It's quite all right. It's quite all right. Any time that you all can get in, it is absolutely spectacular for me. Mitchell, South Dakota here, 6:41 p.m. Wow. I love all of the stories of the Tuatha De Danann. It's hard for me to pick a favorite story, but I love. So my family has a very unique, personal folklore, I guess you could say, a family tale about how the Dagda created the seasons and then handed it off to Brigade and the Khalach, or Breed, if you will, if that's your preferred pronunciation. So I love that story. My favorite story probably ever to tell is this one right here. I love The Phantom Tollbooth. I think that this book should be mandatory reading in schools. I think that adults should read it. I think everyone should read The Phantom Tollbooth. This is one of my absolute favorite. We're not going for high numbers today, no 5-hour stream. Look, if we did get to the 5 hours, I think I'd be okay, but I will be grateful for a 2 to 3 hours today. Well, we're already going to be at the 3, because you guys have been over 20 for well over 15 minutes. But we'll probably be 3 to 4 hours today. Yeah, we're already at 24 people. Hutch says 7:42 here in Kentucky, 6:41 in Texas on a Thursday. Sup, you beautiful soul. Zev, how you doing? But yes, so Travis, this would be my favorite story of all time to tell. And the reason being is because I love myth, I love folklore, I love history. There are millions of stories that I love to tell that are really good, that have great lessons. This is one of the best written stories ever. It's a children's book, mind you, but this is one of the best written stories ever. This is in my top 5 with The Hobbit, and The Lord of the Rings and whatnot. Like, this is an incredible book. I have The Dragon Knight, or The Dragon and the George, I should say, The Dragon and the George, The Phantom Tollbooth, The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, The Silmarillion, and a couple of others that are in my top books. But yes, The Phantom Tollbooth is in my top five books. Let me read to you all just one line from this story and I'll explain why, okay? The Phantom Tollbooth is a fantastic book. Notice something. Yeah, this book is so ridiculously complex for a children's book. Norton Juster was a bleeding genius. And today we are reading, so okay, hang on a second, I need to stay on task. Since we have folks in, continued health and comfort to you all, yes indeed. I say it Brigitte, personally, so the traditional pronunciation, so if you were to do like the most common pronunciation of her name, if you were to do like the sort of Dublin pronunciation of it, it's Breed. So it's just B-R-E-E-D is how you would pronounce her name. If you go to Northern Ireland, it's more of like a Brigitte. So it's more like a little bit more, or Bridget. Bridget is also how people pronounce it. My family, my grandfather always pronounced it Brigitte. So that's how I've always said it. I love the Witcher series. I don't think that the Witcher books are particularly well written. I love the Witcher's, he's a wonderful world builder. I don't think that the Witcher books are particularly well written, but I love the Witcher series. The Witcher series is indisputably one of my favorite series, one of my favorite fictional worlds. The books themselves are not particularly well written, but I do love the world and the stories. Discworld is a very good one. Baird loves Discworld. He brings it up all the time. It's been on his list to get in to Storytime forever. Okay, real quick, a couple of housekeeping things real quick, friends. I am without the lady today, so I am doing this all by myself. I'm going to be doing the giveaways and all of that. For those of you who have not been into any of the episodes of the Read-A-Thon so far, we're doing 2 to 3 giveaways a day. You don't have to pay anything to enter them. This is us giving back to the community. Today's giveaway is a little bit simple because we've been giving away a lot of big things. We're giving away another physical copy of my Good Morning, Martin, it's good to see you. We're giving away a physical copy and an ebook copy of the Norse Gaelic Festivals book today. So if you are interested in the festivals of the year, as they are celebrated by the Norse and Gaelic peoples of Ireland, then this is a book of how they are commonly celebrated, as well as how my family celebrates them with some of our recipes. I'm giving away a physical copy today, as well as an ebook copy. And then I'm giving away some rescued books. The lady and I rescued some graphic novels from an estate sale some time back, and we'll be giving these away as well because neither one of us is a big enough fan. That's the one I won, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Martin. Thank you, Rain. I appreciate you. Diego, hello. Good to see you. My day was pretty good today. Had some wonderful day today, too. Awesome. Good. I'm glad to hear it, Joker. I'm glad to hear it. We'll be giving away the first 3 volumes of the Game of Thrones graphic novels. I don't know what these are worth. I think they go for like $20 or $30 a piece. But we rescued these from an estate sale, and we'll be giving these away as well. These ones will be set to domestic only, so you can only get these if you are in the United States. Unless you want to pay the ludicrous shipping for them, wherever you happen to be in the world. But for now, I'm gonna say that these are pretty much just US. So we'll be giving away these at the end today. These are the first 3 volumes of the graphic novel series of Game of Thrones. Yeah, the ladies got everybody's series. When I heard graphic novel, that's not what I expected. I claimed them then in the name of Robert Baratheon, first of his name, titles and titles. Okay. So, real quick before we start, I just want to read, because a couple of people were curious. So I'm just going to read to you the first page of this book. And again, like, this is one of my all-time favorite books. It's incredible. The illustrations in it are absolutely I don't know if you can see them because it's kind of bright, but yeah, the illustrations in them are incredible. They were done by Jules Pfeiffer. Jules Pfeiffer was a brilliant illustrator. Okay, I'm only reading the first page of this. Oh crap. Let me see if I can beat the ads. Let me see if I can beat them. I think most everybody in has a subscription, so we should be all right. But I'm just gonna read you guys the first page of this, and if you can tell why this is one of my favorite books in the world, I think you'll be able to tell from the first page. Chapter 1, Milo. There once was a boy named Milo who didn't know what to do with himself. Not just sometimes, but always. When he was in school, he longed to be out, and when he was out, he longed to be in. On the way, he thought about coming home, and coming home, he thought about going. Wherever he was, he wished he was somewhere else. And when he got there, he wondered why he'd bothered. Nothing really interested him. Least of all, the things that should have.
It seems to me that almost everything is just a waste of time,
he remarked one day as he walked dejectedly home from school.
I can't see the point in learning to solve useless problems, or subtracting turnips from turnips, or knowing where Ethiopia is, or how to spell February.
And since no one bothered to explain otherwise, he regarded the process of seeking knowledge as the greatest waste of time of all. This is one of the single greatest first pages of any book in existence. I adore this book. I adore this book. Okay, friends, but that is not what we are reading today. We are reading The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. And we are about halfway through, and for those of you who are just coming in, agree to disagree? Are you telling me that's not one of the greatest first lines of a book you've ever heard, Martin? We are on Spiders and Flies in The Hobbit. And this is where we're going to start today. Now, with that being said, we are going to do our ads real quick over on Twitch. I can come up with it. I have yet to find a book that is even close in regards to, like, this is a children's book, and I have rarely found books that even parallel the Phantom Tollbooth in their complexity and their insight. Like, this is one of the greatest books ever written, bar none. Absolutely one of the best. I prefer the first line of skullduggery, pleasant, but I'm aware of my bias. Good evening, what is the Read-A-Thon? The Read-A-Thon is where I read to you all non-stop for 7 days straight, Belinda. Or relatively non-stop. Adore, I need to buy that book now. It is so good. It is an incredible book. Sugar, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. Tips of the Tavern Keeper always appreciated. The other book. The other book we're reading The Hobbit. That's the other one that we're doing. Okay, friends, we're going to do ads real quick. Bethany, I saw your message. I'm going to read it here in just a second. Castle, my favorite metal dwarf is back. My brother from another... Yes, I saw. All right, 3 minutes of ads, friends. And then we will begin our story time. Okay, I made Virginia white salsa yesterday. I will let you know how it goes. It has to sit for at least 48 hours. It is indeed day 5. We are on the 5th... Oh, hang on, I need to turn down the music. I just realized it's probably very loud. There we go. Yes, we are on day 5, and we are halfway through The Hobbit. We are right there in the middle. Any Grotek or Felix novel. Any Grotek of... Hang on. I don't know these... I don't know those off the top of my head. I am well read, but it is generally just in the classics. I would agree with you that these are good books, but I would not put them even parallel with Tolkien Tolkien or with Norton Juster. They're good books. They're exceptionally good books. Because I've read a couple of these, but I would not put them. I would not put them on the same level. I would put these in like the Ben Bova, Gordon R. Dixon. There's another writer from this time who wrote a lot of like Anne McCaffrey level of the same books. They're exceptionally good books. I will put you there. Most of the ones that I've read are good books. We are in the Mirkwood chapter. Yes, we are, Crow. Yes, we are. I will be reading. So basically, what the Read-A-Thon does is it gives you guys a chance to extend the amount of time that I read. So all of the giveaways and everything have to happen over on Twitch because that's where we're less likely to get in trouble for doing giveaways over there. So we do it based on the number of viewers for a certain amount of time. If we stay at 20 viewers for more than 15 minutes, we extend an hour. So baseline is 2. We're already at 3 hours for today, so we're going to read for another 2.5 hours. If we get to 30 views, that'll add another hour, and 40 viewers adds another hour. Yes, so every day we've been giving away books and tavern paraphernalia and things like that. Salvatore, again, like he writes really exceptionally. It's not quite to the same level of insight and I don't want to not verbosity. What is the word that I'm looking? Eloquence. It's not quite to the same level of eloquence as what you get from Juster. I just got a copy for my birthday this year to read with my kiddo. It's so pretty. Yeah, we actually gave away a copy of the illustrated copy of The Hobbit. We gave away a copy a couple days ago as a part of it. Yes, yeah. I'm gonna scroll up right now, Bethany. I'm still weirded out how my followers yesterday seemed to include the time when I was watching on TikTok because I started watching in June of the last Read-A-Thon, which was about 1 year and 9 months ago. However, I didn't come to Twitch until a few months into that, but my followers yesterday said 1 year, 9 months, and some odd days, minutes, and seconds. Maybe you did go and follow on Twitch, but you didn't actually migrate over until sometime later because TikTok was still your preferred viewing platform. Hippie, hello, good to see you. We're doing quite well. We're getting ready to head into Mirkwood, which is everybody's favorite section of this book. I love Tolkien, and now and Feist is not one that I had ever known, but Feist turned out to be incredible. Now again, his first the first chapter was nothing to call home about. The first chapters were good, but they weren't mind-blowing in any way. This is not Tolkien's original work. I do have a version with his original work in it. This was inspired by his original work, but not directly. So the woman who illustrated it is named Jemima Catlin, and this is what her illustrations look like. They are quite good, but they are not direct one-to-ones of Tolkien's original work. They are inspired by, but not one-to-ones. No work for me tonight, so all blanket fort and silly comments. Excellent. So, some of the stuff we give away, we are shipping internationally, Belinda. Some of the stuff is local only. Today, the giveaways are we're giving away an ebook copy and a hard copy of the festival's book, that is the Lady and Ice Festival's book. This is a small handbook on how we celebrate the festivals of the year, some of our family recipes and traditions, as well as the common traditions that surround the Norse and Gaelic festivals of the year. 300 comments, Stephanie, that's insane. And thank you for the heart me, I appreciate that. Hippie, thank you as well. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. So we're giving away an ebook version of the festival's book and a physical version. Those can ship anywhere in the world because they are, we can ship them directly from Amazon. Stephanie, thank you for the level up spark as well. I appreciate you for that. The domestic giveaway is this today. We did. Oh, Mask, I'm sorry, I missed your comment. Hello, welcome in. The domestic giveaway, this is the United States only, unless you want to pay the ridiculous shipping, which I don't necessarily feel comfortable with that, but if somebody wanted to pay the some 40, 50 odd dollars to get these shipped to them, it's fine, but you can buy them cheaper than that, so I don't know why you would want to do that. But we're giving away the first 3 volumes of the Game of Thrones graphic novels. We rescued these from an estate sale, and the lady and I are not really fans of them, so they won't be well loved or well used here. So we figured we would give them away to somebody who's going to care about them more than we will. These will just sit on a shelf, and we'll keep them, and we would make sure that they stayed in good condition. But we don't love Game of Thrones as much as someone else might. So we thought, these are $20, $30 a piece. We go ahead and give them away during the Read-A-Thon to somebody who might want them more than we do. Guys, I'll tune in quietly, and my comments vanish. And my comments will vanish like a ghost, and I'm not good at winning anything, though. Well, you never know. Put your name in, and you might get something. I will care for them. I will name them George. It's what I do. I drink, and I know things exactly. Paid. Raffles not started yet, nobody. I actually wanted to get them recently because I heard the books were great compared to the show. The books are better than the show is. The Martin's books are hard to read in my opinion because they kind of follow the same thing. We're not on raffle yet. Does the festival book still say Rect Stead? I don't think so. Oh, requested. I don't think so. I think the lady fixed it. It might be. Hang on, let me see. In the dedication. Nope. She fixed it. This is the second edition of the book. I never want free stuff. You're giving enough in your content. Oh, I appreciate you, Mr. Tidio. And that's the thing, is like you guys show up so consistently for us, and we love that you guys love what we do. So just giving away things. So the giveaway is a raffle, but you don't have to pay anything to enter. It's just the function is called raffle, Belinda. That's why we're doing it on Twitch, is because Twitch and Streamlabs have a raffle function. Okay, I need to. Sorry, guys. I gotta slow down the chat because I'm losing track of everybody. It's going a little bit too fast for me. I'm gonna slow you guys down just a little bit. I apologize. The lady's not here to catch things that I don't see, so tap away everyone. It helps Castle. Yes, it does. Thank you, Hippie. I appreciate you. Ritty, I didn't see that. Thank you for the heartbeat. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. I'm downloading Twitch. How do I find you? So if you just type in Black Dragon Tavern, we're likely to come up. But it's Black Dragon Tavern Gaming because Black Dragon Tavern was already taken when we got on Twitch. Thank you for explaining. Of course. Jazz, hello! 68 months, that's incredible, what a bleeding legend you are. I like the idea of Game of Thrones, and the variety of its adventure and depth was nice, but the writing prose was very difficult. Yeah, Martin is, again, he's not a very elegant writer. He's a great world builder. You cannot, nobody could say a crossword about Martin's ability to world build. Stephanie, thank you for the little dinosaur. Let's not start that again, though. Thank you for tips to the Tavern Keeper. Always appreciated. Thank you very much. Yes, your chats go so fast. I just decided I won't be commenting. I'll just listen instead. Well, that is entirely up to you, Esther. I understand, like, the bustling tavern is not for everybody. Ugh. Yeah, please, let's not break things. No, Jazz, stop. Jazz, thank you very much. I appreciate you for giving Invader Sleepy and Mr. Tidio a subscription. Thank you kindly. I appreciate it. Marina, thank you for the bits. Again, tips of the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Yeah, no breaking my box today, he said, and that sounds odd. Stephanie, thank you for the Go Populars over on TikTok. You guys don't need to tip. We've had enough tips this week to go around. Thank you all very much. We're quite good. Thank you all. Yeah, no, it's not for everyone when comments move too fast. Yeah. Some people really like the bustling tavern, and some people don't. Marina, thank you for the Deanies over on. Oh, good lord, Marina's at it again already. I love the readathons. I do too. This is one of our favorite. It's basically a tavern holiday at this point. I'm not involved. I see that it's Jazz and Marina who are starting trouble today. For us younger folk, this is a natural conversation for us. Yeah, some people really like the fast flow of Twitch chats, and some people don't. Yeah, well, and that's why we have the multiple portals open. So if you want something that is a little bit slower, a little bit easier to follow, you can do YouTube or Facebook. And if you like the hustle and bustle of the Twitch chat, then Twitch is there. Thank you both, Jazz. Thank you, Milu. I appreciate you. Jazz, Marina, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the gifted subs. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. I'm fine with fast pace. I have an ADD. I think the last readathon went for a month. It did. And at the end of that one, I was bleeding. I made my throat bleed at the end of the last readathon, which is why we decided to do it shorter this time. Plus, my comments half the time are buried anyway. Yeah, and it happens to a few folk, and that's why I tell everybody you don't have to really worry about spamming. Like, if I miss something, feel free to post it again. And again, that's also not for everybody. Some people don't like doing that. But that's just the ethos of Twitch. You gotta do what you gotta do. Thank you. Enjoy your Green Man's draft there. And thank you for the gifted sub, Jaeger. I appreciate you for gifting Magnus a sub. Thank you very much, my friend. Milu, thank you for the bits. And Jazz and Marina, thank you for the bits. Alright. Excellent. I love you too, mate. Let's go ahead and get into reading, my friends, before everybody gets out of hand again. Jazz, I'm glad you're able to make it in. It's always lovely to see you. It did work! The hippie Viking is in. Hello, hello, good to see you. Yeah, if one of the barkeeps could keep an eye on that for me, if we hit 15 minutes, because I think it's been up there for about 3 or 4 minutes. So if we hit 15 minutes with 30 folk, that'll add another hour, and we'll be at 4 hours for the day. And then we just pray that we don't hit. Can't go giving tips or renters. Don't worry about it, Esther. I've already told everybody that we were told everybody not to worry about tipping this time around, anyways. And some folk just can't help themselves. Never feel pressure to give. I give the stories for free anyway, so don't worry about it. Hippie Viking, who is Hippie from over on TikTok, thank you for the follow. You've marked the tavern on your map now in 2 places, and you should be able to find your way back the next time you seek a story. No, over on Twitch, it's just sit and hang out and chat. The more you talk and the more you hang out, the better off it is. 7 minutes left. Okay, real quick, guys. Actually, before we get started, I want to do one of the giveaways. Let's go ahead and give away the Norse Gaelic Festival's ebook. So let's do one giveaway before we get started. We're gonna give away the ebook version of the Norse Gaelic Festivals. Then we'll give away the physical copy in like, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half, or maybe an hour. And then we'll go from there. So I'm gonna start the raffle, and then I will read while the raffle is going on. So here we go. We're gonna get it started. The ebook start giveaway. Okay, it is running, friends. Go ahead! ! Raffle to get in, and we will be on a roll. All right, and I am going to begin reading. Loki, hello. I hear better on this one. It might be. I might have them. Is the music up too loud over there, or is it just being odd? Hang on. Let me make sure that the right microphone is selected over here. It should be. Yeah, it is. Okay, I just want to make sure. Turn that down just a smidge. We'll turn that up just a smidge, and it should be okay. Marina, no. Thank you for the little puppy dog, whatever that is, and thank you for the 1,000 bits. Tips to the Tavern Keeper are always appreciated, but you can stop there. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, it's my phone. Oh, I see. So, Hippie, over on Twitch, you do exclamation point raffle, no space. Exclamation point raffle, and that's how you enter the Twitch giveaways. You break it, you buy it. All right, guys, you've got about 14 minutes for the raffle. I'm gonna get to reading, and then we will begin. All right, here we go. Chapter 8 of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. Flies and spiders. They walked in single file. The entrance to the path was like a sort of arch leading into a gloomy tunnel made by two great trees that leaned together. Too old and strangled with ivy and hung with lichen to bear more than a few blackened leaves. The path itself was narrow, and wound in and out among the trunks. Soon the light at the gate was like a bright hole far behind, and the quiet was so deep that their feet seemed to thump along while all the trees leaned over them and listened. As their eyes became used to the dimness, they could see a little way to either side in the sort of darkened green glimmer. Occasionally a slender beam of sun that had the luck to slip in through some opening in the leaves far above, and still more luck in not being caught in the tangle of boughs and matted twigs beneath, stabbed down into a thin and bright before them, but this was seldom, and it soon ceased altogether. And here you see we have Bilbo and the dwarves walking through the Mirkwood there. There were black squirrels in the wood. As Bilbo's sharp, inquisitive eyes got used to seeing things, he could catch glimpses of them whisking off the path and scuttling behind tree trunks. There were strange noises, too, grunts and scuffling and hurrying in the undergrowth. And among the leaves there that lay piled endlessly thick in places on the forest floor. But what made the noises he could not see. The nastiest things they saw were cobwebs. Dark, dense cobwebs, with threads extraordinarily thick, often stretched from tree to tree or tangled on the lower branches on either side of them. There were none stretched across the path, but whether they, because of some strange magic, kept it clear, or for what other reason they could not guess. It was not long before they grew to hate the forest as heartily as they hated the tunnels of the goblins, and it seemed to offer even less hope of an ending. But they had to go on and on, long after they were sick of the sight of the sun and the sky, and longed to feel the wind on their faces. There was no movement of air down under the forest roof. It was everlastingly still and dark and stuffy. Even the dwarves felt it, who were used to tunneling and lived at times for long whiles without the light of the sun. But the hobbit, who liked holes to make a house in, but not to spend summer days in, felt that he was being slowly suffocated. The nights were the worst. It then became pitch dark. Not what you call pitch dark, but really pitch. So black that you really could see nothing. Bilbo tried flapping his hand in front of his nose, but could see not a thing at all. Well, perhaps it is not true to say that they could see nothing. They could see eyes. They slept all closely huddled together, and took it in turns to watch, and when it was Bilbo's turn, he would see gleams in the darkness around them, and sometimes pairs of yellow eyes or red or green eyes would stare at him from a little distance, and then slowly fade and disappear into the slowly fade and disappear and slowly shine out again in another place. And sometimes they would gleam down from the branches just above him, and that was most terrifying. But the eyes that he liked the least were the horrible, pale, bulbous sort of eyes. Insect eyes, he thought, not animal eyes. Only they are much too big. Although it was not yet very cold, they tried lighting watchfires at night, but they soon gave up. It seemed to bring hundreds and hundreds of eyes all around them, though the creatures, whatever they were never to let their bodies show in the little flicker of the flames. Worse still, it brought thousands of dark grey and black moths, some nearly as big as your hand, flapping and whirring around their ears. They could not stand it, nor the huge bat, black as a top hat either. So they gave up fires and sat at night and dozed in the enormous uncanny darkness. This is my first time reading this book. Well, I'm glad that you've been here. Hippie, it's absolutely been wonderful to have you for whatever time you've been able to be here. Elizabeth says this is one of my favorite chapters. I think this is one of the best chapters in the book, if we're being perfectly honest. Cat Vet, Joseph, hello my friend, good to see you. Grab a seat, we're in the midst of reading, but I'll be popping my head up here in a minute. Friends, you have 7 minutes to get in on the raffle over on Twitch for an ebook version of the Norse Gaelic Festivals book by the lady and I. It's a simple handbook on how we celebrate the festivals of the year and some of the regular traditions as well. Exclamation point raffle over on we made the 15 at 30. All right. But then that means we'll get 4 hours tonight. We'll get 4 hours tonight. But you have to go over to Twitch if you want to join any of the giveaways for today. Exclamation point raffle. All this went on for what seemed to the hobbit ages upon ages, and he was very hungry, for they were extremely careful with their provisions. Even so, as the days followed days, and still the forest seemed just the same, they began to get anxious. The food would not last forever. It was in fact already beginning to get low. They tried shooting at the squirrels, and they wasted many arrows before they managed to bring one down on the path. But when they roasted it, it proved horrible to taste, and they shot no more squirrels. They were thirsty too, for they had none too much water, and in all the time they had seen neither spring nor stream. This was their state, when one of them found their path to be blocked by a running water. It flowed fast and strong, but not very wide right across the way, and it was black, and it looked it in the gloom. It was well that Bjorn had warned them against it, or they would have drunk from it, whatever its colour, and filled their emptied skins at its bank. As it was, they only thought of how to cross it without wetting themselves in its water. There had been a bridge of wood across, but it had rotted and fallen, leaving only the broken posts near the bank. Bilbo, kneeling on the brink, peering forward, cried, "There's a boat! On the far bank. Now why couldn't it have been on this side?" "How far away do you think it is?" asked Thorin, for by now they knew Bilbo had the sharpest eyes among them. "Not at all far. I should think more above 12 yards.
12 yards? I should have thought it was at least 30. But my eyes don't see as well as they used to 100 years ago. Still, 12 yards is as good as a mile. We can't jump it, and we daren't wade or swim.
Can any of you throw a rope?
What's the good of that? The boat is sure to be tied up. Even if we could hook it, which I doubt.
I don't believe it's tied, said Bilbo. Though, of course, I can't be sure in this light, but it looks to me as if it's just drawn up on the bank, which is low just there, where the path goes down to the water.
Dory is the strongest, but Feely is the youngest and still has the best sight, said Thorin. Come, Feely, and see if you can see this boat Mr. Baggins is talking about.
Feely thought he could, so when he had stared a long while to get an idea of the direction, and the others brought him a rope, they had several with them, and on the end of the longest they fastened one of the large iron hooks that they had used for catching their packs on straps about their shoulders. Feely took it in his hand, balanced it for a moment, and then flung it across the stream. Splash! It fell into the water.
Not far enough,
said Bilbo, who was peering forward.
A couple of feet and you'd have dropped in on the boat. Try again. I don't suppose the magic is strong enough to hurt you if you just touch a bit of wet rope.
Feely picked up the hook when he had drawn it back, rather doubtfully all the same. This time he threw it with great strength.
Steady, said Bilbo. Now you've thrown it right into the wood on the other side now. Draw it back gently.
Feely hauled back the rope slowly, and after a while Bilbo said,
Carefully, it's lying on the boat. Let's hope the hook will catch.
It did. The rope went taut, and Feely pulled in vain. Keely came to his help, and then Oin and Gloin. They tugged, and suddenly they all fell over on their backs. Bilbo was on the lookout, however, and caught the rope with a piece of stick and fended off the little black boat as it came rushing across the stream. "Help!" he shouted, and Balin was just in time to seize the boat before it floated off down the current. "That was tied after all," he said, looking at the snapped painter that was still dangling from it. "That was a good pull, my lads, and a good job that our rope was stronger.
Who'll cross first?"
"I shall," said Thorin, "and you'll come with me, and Feely and Balin, and that's as many as the boat will hold at a time. After that, Keely, Oin and Gloin and Dory. Next, Ori, Nori, Beaver and Bofer, and last, Dwolin and Bomber."
"I'm always last, and I don't like it," said Bomber. "It's somebody else's turn today."
"You should not be so fat. As you are, you must be the last and lightest boatload. Don't start grumbling against orders or something bad will happen to you."
There aren't any oars. How are you going to push the boat back to the far bank?
"Give me another length of rope and another hook." And when they had got it ready, he cast it into the darkness ahead and as high as he could throw. Since it did not fall down again, they saw it must have gotten stuck in the branches. "Get it now," said Feely. "And one of you haul on the rope that is stuck in a tree, and on the other side, and one of the others must keep hold of the hook that we first used, and when we're safe on the other side, he can hook on its way, and we can draw the boat back across." In this way, they were all soon on the far bank, safe across the enchanted stream. Dwalin was just scrambled out with the coiled rope on his arm, and Bomber, still grumbling, was getting ready to follow when something bad did happen. There was a flying sound of hooves on the path ahead. Out of the gloom came suddenly the shape of a flying deer. It charged into the dwarves and bowled over them, and then gathered itself for a leap. High it sprang, and it cleared the water with a mighty jump, but it did not reach the other side in safety. Thorin was the only one who had kept his feet and his wits, and soon as they had landed, he had bent his bow and fitted the arrow in the case. Any sudden guardian of the boat appeared. Now he sent it swift and sure shot at the leaping beast, and it reached the further bank, and it stumbled. The shadows swallowed it up, but they heard the hoof sound quickly falter and go still. Before they could shout in praise of the shot, however, a dreadful wail from Bilbo put all thoughts of venison out of their minds. "Bomber has fallen in! Bomber is drowning!" he cried, and it was only too true. Bomber had only 1 foot on the land when the heart bore down on him and sprang over him, and he'd stumbled, thrusting the boat away from the bank, and then toppled back into the dark water, his hands slipping on the slimy roots at the edge, while the boat span slowly off and disappeared. And here is a lovely illustration of Bomber falling into the water. See if I can get it for TikTok as well. There we go. Oh. Hopefully your voice can handle it. Hopefully so. I've been doing all right. Surprisingly, I haven't had any pain or hoarseness. I've been a little bit raw at the end of every night, especially after we did the whole Gollum chapter. The Gollum chapter was rough. Okay, friends, it does look like we have 6 seconds, maybe, left. Maybe. Oh, no, okay, alright. Hang on, I don't know how to... Alright, we're gonna do the ebook giveaway. I don't know exactly... I don't know how to... pick a winner. Hang on. The lady's been doing this, so I don't know how this works. Do I just click? Oh, okay. So we pick a winner. Here we go. Let me get a drum roll, please. Was the Goblin song worth it? Yeah, of course it was. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Stephanie has won. Stephanie, you are going to get yourself an ebook copy of the Taverns Festival book. Go ahead and send me a message here on Twitch or over in the Discord so I can get your email address and have it sent over to you. I keep telling you to slow down. I'm glad I have the physical book, as am I, Esther. I'm glad that you hold it dear to your heart. So congratulations, Stephanie. All right, friends. The next giveaway will be in 1 hour over on Twitch, and we'll be giving away the physical copy of the festival's book for those of you who are interested in celebrating the festivals as the lady and I do. Both of these are international. If you are in the United States and you get the book, we can ship it from the lady and I, but if you are anywhere else, it has to be shipped directly from Amazon. Stephanie BC, yes, Stephanie BC is the winner. So STRPHANIEBC. That's funny. It says underneath it. It says me or a different Stephanie. You, Stephanie. Kay, hello. Good to see you. Welcome in. All right, spectacular, my friends. I will start the next giveaway in an hour, Hippie. So the giveaways, they last 15 minutes. Everybody has 15 minutes to enter, and then at the end of the 15 minutes is when we announce the winner. So at the end of, probably about at the end of this chapter, let's see, we're at page 181. And it goes all, well, maybe not. This is a long chapter. I forgot. Yeah, this is a very long chapter. So in an hour. In an hour, we'll be doing the next one. Duncan! Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Welcome in. I don't know if I missed anybody else over here. I did say hello to Mary Beth, and I did say hello to Berkey. Okay, I didn't miss anybody else, I don't think. I said hello to Georgia. Said hello to Crystal. I don't ever get to catch you at the right time. Well, the Read-A-Thon is definitely the right time, that's to be sure. I'm making baked mac and cheese for dinner. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Sounds absolutely yummy. I was not expecting. Well, these things are completely random, so if you never know if you're gonna win, so you might as well enter it because it's all done completely randomly. So if it's something that you are particularly keen on getting, I would say go ahead and just do it because the giveaways are totally random. Anyone could win. Everyone's got an equal chance. It's all one entries. So, all right, friends, we're gonna get back into it. As Bomber had just fallen off the boat, and they could still see his hood above the water when they ran to the bank. Quickly, they flung a rope with a hook towards him. His hand caught it, and they pulled him to the shore. He was drenched from hair to boots, of course, but that was not the worst. When they laid him on the bank, he was already fast asleep, with one hand clutching the rope so tightly that they could not get it from his grasp, and fast asleep he remained in spite of all they could do. They were still standing over him, cursing their ill luck and Bomber's clumsiness, and lamenting the loss of the boat which made it impossible for them to go back and look for the heart. When they became aware of the dim blowing of horns in the wood and the sound of dogs baying far off, then they fell silent. As they sat, it seemed they could hear the noise of a great hunting going by to the north of the path, though they saw no sign of it. There they sat for a long while and did not dare move. Bomber slept on with a smile on his fat face, as if he no longer cared for the troubles that vexed them. Suddenly, on the path ahead appeared some white deer. A hind and fawns as snowy white as the heart had been dark. They glimmered in the shadows before Thorin could cry out. 3 of the dwarves had leapt to their feet and loosed arrows from their bows. None seemed to find their mark. The deer turned and vanished into the trees as silently as they had come, and in vain the dwarves shot arrows after them. "Stop! Stop!" shouted Thorin, but it was too late. The excited dwarves wasted their last arrows, and now the bows that Bjorn had given them were useless. They were a gloomy party that night, and the gloom gathered still deeper on them in the following days. They had crossed the enchanted stream, but beyond it the path seemed to straggle on just as before, and in the forest they could see no change. Yet if they had known more about it and considered the meaning of the hunt and the white deer that had happened upon their path, they would have known that they were at last drawing towards the eastern edge, and would soon have come, if they could have kept their courage and their hope, to the thinner trees and places where sunlight came again. But they did not know this, and they were burdened with the heavy body of Bomber, which they had carried along with them as best they could, taking the wearisome task in turns of 4 each, while the others shared their packs. If these had not become all too light in the last few days, they would never have managed it. But a slumbering and smiling Bomber was a poor exchange for packs filled with food, however heavy. In a few days, a time came when there was practically nothing left to eat or drink. Nothing wholesome could they see growing in the wood, only funguses and herbs with pale leaves and an unpleasant smell. About 4 days from the enchanted stream, they came to a part where most of the trees were beeches. They were first inclined to be cheered by the change, for here there was no undergrowth and the shadow was not so deep. There was a greenish light about them, and the places they could see some distance to either side of the path. Yet the light only showed them the endless lines of straight grey trunks, like the pillars of some huge twilight hall. There was a breath of air and a noise of wind, but it had a sad sound. A few leaves came rustling down to remind them that outside autumn was coming on. their feet ruffled among the dead leaves and countless other autumns that drifted over the banks of the path from the deep red carpets of the forest. Still, Bombas slept, and they grew very weary. At times they heard disquieting laughter. Sometimes there was singing in the distance too. The laughter was the laughter of fair voices, not of goblins, and the singing was beautiful. But it sounded eerie and strange, and they were not comforted. Rather, they hurried from those parts with what strength they had left. 2 days later, they found that their path was going downwards, and before long they were in a valley filled almost entirely with a mighty growth of oaks.
Is there no end to this accursed forest? Said Thorin. Somebody must climb a tree and see if he can get his head above the roof and have a look around. The only way is to choose the tallest tree that overhangs the path.
Of course, somebody meant Bilbo. They chose him because to be of any use, the climber needs to get his head above the topmost leaves, and so must be light enough for the highest and slenderest branches to bear him. Poor Mr. Baggins had never been much practice in climbing trees. But they hoisted him up into the lowest branches of enormous oak that grew right out into the path, and up he had to go as best he could. He pushed his way through the tangled twilights with many a slap in the eye. He was greened and grimmed from the old bark and the greater boughs. More than once he had slipped and caught himself, just in time, and at last, after a dreadful struggle in a difficult place, where there seemed no convenient branches at all, he got near the top. All the time he was wondering whether there were any spiders in the tree, foreshadowing anyone, and how he was going to get down again, except by falling. In the end, he poked his head above the roof of leaves, and then he found spiders all right, but they were only small ones of ordinary size, foreshadowing anyone. And they were after the butterflies. Bilbo's eyes were nearly blinded by the light. He could hear the dwarves shouting at him from far below, but he did not answer. Only hold on, but he could not answer, only hold on and blink. The sun was shining brilliantly, and it was a long while before he could bear it. When he could, he saw all around him a sea of dark green, ruffled here and there by the breeze, and there were everywhere hundreds of butterflies. I expect they were the kind of purple emperor, a butterfly that loves the top of oak woods, but these were not purple at all. They were a very dark, velvety black, without any markings to be seen. He looked at the black emperors for a long time and enjoyed the feel of the breeze in his hair and on his face. But at length, the cry of the dwarves, who were simply stamping with impatience down below, reminded him of his real business. It was no good. His gaze, as much as he might, he could see no end to the trees and the leaves in any direction. His heart had been lightened by the sight of the sun and the feel of the wind, and it sank back into his toes. There was no food to go back to down below. Actually, as I have told you, they were not far off the edge of the forest, and if Bilbo had had sense to see it, the tree that he had climbed, though it was tall in itself, was standing near the bottom of a wide valley. So, from that its top, the trees seemed to swell up around like the edges of a great bowl, and he could not expect to see how far the forest lasted. Still, he did not see this, and he climbed down full of despair. He got to the bottom again at last, scratched, hot, and miserable, and could not see anything in the gloom below when he got there. His report soon made the others as miserable as he was.
The forest goes on ever and ever in all directions. Whatever shall we do? Oh, the forest goes on and on forever and ever and ever in all directions. Whatever shall we do? And what is the use of sending a hobbit? They cried as if it was all his fault.
They did not care the tuppence about the butterflies and were only made more angry when he told them of the beautiful breeze, which they were all too heavy to climb up and feel. That night they ate the very last of scraps and crumbs of food, and the next morning when they woke, the very first thing they noticed is that they were all gnawingly hungry. And the next thing was that it was raining, and that here and there a drip of it was dropping heavily on the forest floor. That only reminded them that they were also parchingly thirsty. Without doing anything to relieve them, you cannot quench a terrible thirst by standing under giant oaks and waiting for a chance of a drip to fall on your tongue. The only scrap of comfort there was came unexpectedly from Bomber. He woke up suddenly and sat up scratching his head. He could not make out where he was at all, nor why he felt so hungry, for he had forgotten everything that had happened since the start of their journey. That May morning not long ago. The last thing he remembered was the party at the Hobbit's house, and they had a great difficulty in making him believe their tale and many adventures they had had since. When he heard that there was nothing to eat, he sat down and wept, for he felt very weak and wobbly in the legs. "Why ever did I wake up?" he cried. "I was having such beautiful dreams. I dreamed I was walking in a forest rather like this one, only lit with torches and on the trees and lamps swinging from the branches, and the fires burning on the ground. And there was a great feast going on forever. And the woodland king was there with a crown of leaves, and there was merry singing, and I could not count or describe the things there were to eat and drink." "You need not try," said Thorin. "In fact, if you can't talk about something else, you better be silent. We're not quite annoyed enough with you as it is. If you hadn't waked up, we should have left you in your idiotic dreams in the forest. You're no joke to carry, even after weeks of short comments." There was nothing now to be done but tighten the belts around their empty stomachs, and hoist their empty sacks and packs, and trudge along the track without any great hope of ever getting to the end before they lay down and died of starvation. This they did all that day, going very slowly and wearily, while Bomber kept on wailing that his legs could not carry him, and that he wanted to lie down and sleep. "No, you don't," they said. "Let your legs take their share. We've carried you far enough." All the same, he suddenly refused to go and step further, and flung himself on the ground. "Go on if you must," he said. "I'm just going to lie here and sleep and dream of food, and if I can't get it any other way, I hope I never wake again." At that very moment, Balin, who was a little way ahead, called out, "What was that? I thought I saw a twinkle of light in the forest." They all looked, and a longish way off, it seemed, they saw a red twinkle in the dark. Then another, and another, sprang out beside it. Even Bomber got up, and they hurried along then, not caring if it was trolls or goblins. The light was in front of them, and to the left of them, and to the left of the path. And when, at last, they had drawn level with it, it seemed plain that the torches and fires were burning under the trees, but a good way off their track. "It looks as if my dreams have come true," gasped Bomber, puffing up behind. He wanted to rush straight off into the woods after the lights, but the others remembered only too well the warnings of the wizard and Bjorn. Yeah, the combined chat should show everybody who is currently watching. What is our timer at for? Okay, we got 12 minutes till we have to run ads again, so Wow, Hippie, 400 minutes is crazy. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you all for the love and support, by the way. The amount of hours some of you have spent watching Tavern Stories is absolutely staggering, and I appreciate you all for it. It's absolutely wonderful, and the support is deeply appreciated, my friends, so thank you very much for that. A glass raised to the tavern patrons, the best patrons in the world. Sounds like a plan, Esther. Sounds like a plan. We love you. I love you guys too. You're all wonderful. Alright, where was I?
A feast would be no good if we never get back from it alive,
Said Thorind.
But a feast, we shan't remain alive much longer anyways. But without a feast, we shan't
Trip it over my tongue.
But without a feast, we shan't remain alive much longer anyways,
said Bomber, and Bilbo heartily agreed with him. They argued about it backwards and forwards for a long while until they agreed at length to send a couple of spies to creep nearer to the lights and find out more about them. But then they could not agree who was to be sent. No one seemed anxious to run the chance of being lost and never finding his friends again. In the end, in spite of warnings, hunger decided them because Bomber kept on describing all the good things that was being eaten according to his dream on that woodland feast table. So they all left the path and plunged into the forest together. Bear, brother, thank you kindly for the bits, my friend. I appreciate you. Tips to the tavern keeper are always appreciated. The tree canopy scene with the butterflies and such, and the elves feast are my favorite description scenes, writing-wise. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. The scene of Bilbo popping his head out over the canopy and seeing all the butterflies, is beautifully written. Absolutely beautifully written. Question for the room. Favorite dwarf in the party in The Hobbit? That's a good question. I like Bomber because he's my spirit animal. Because I too am fat and enjoy food. Oh. It's funny, I do need to go to the gym though. I sit too much for my work. Alright, where was I? After a good deal of creeping and crawling, they peered round the trunks and looked into the clearing where some trees had been felled and the ground levelled. There were many people there, elvish-looking folk, all dressed in green and brown, and sitting on sawn rings of felled trees in a great circle. There was a fire in their midst, and there were torches fashioned to some of the trees round about, and most splendid sight of all, they were eating and drinking and laughing merrily. The smell of the roast meats was so enchanting that without waiting to consult one another, every one of them got up and scrambled towards the ring without one idea of begging for some food. No sooner had they stepped into the clearing than the lights went out as if by magic. Somebody kicked the fire and it went up in rockets of glittering sparks and vanished. They were lost in a completely lightless dark, and they could not even find one another. Not for a long time at any rate. And here is the image of the elven party. Jemima Catlin's art style is just so incredibly charming. And it's not exactly like what Tolkien originally did, but it is inspired by Tolkien's original artwork. I firmly believe that the tavern thinks I'm a booze hound. I am a booze hound. Of the tavern fare, all I ever get is the mead. Well, you are a bit of a booze hound, Bear. You even make your own. So, I'm back. What did I miss in the last 15 minutes? Them fighting over whether or not they were going to go off the path, more or less. I'm listening to you read. Is wonderful. Turn the volume down due to a headache. That's quite all right, Esther. Make sure you mind your head. You don't need to go to the gym, you just need to pick up an axe. I would love to go out and chop some wood. I live in the middle of a metropolis right now. This is my first time ever living in a city. is when I moved with the lady, and we live in the city down in Los Angeles. I would love to chop wood, but there's nowhere to chop wood around here. Yeah, aren't the trees lovely? Like it's just like the colors are very vibrant and earthy, and like it's just a very charming art style. It's lovely. He makes his own mead and his own beer. Ads in 5. All right. We'll take a quick break and waffle for a bit, and all right. Twitch friends, we're going to be running ads for 3 minutes, and that'll give us an hour without them. I wish we didn't have to, but it is the only way that we can keep the Twitch overlords from getting you all trapped in 30-minute to hour-long ads when you come on in. So 3 minutes, and then we'll be back, and we'll have an hour free. It's discussing if we should crash Streamlabs again. No, I think we're good. We don't drink, waste of money, too expensive now. I think that's why Bear drinks his own. I think that's why Bear makes his own, I guess I should say. How much for a crate of the Bear's finest brew? Probably a lot. He'd have to ship it from Australia, so whatever the Bear would charge plus the $400 for shipping. Growing up, I wanted to be an elf, just elegant and awesome. As an adult, I realized I'm pretty much a dwarf. Hearty, strong, and I love pork and mead, totally a dwarf. And I think most folk would very much, I think the Hobbit is sort of the ideal, right? Like, you spend your days, like, farming and gardening and whatnot, but then, you have 8 meals a day, you sleep in a comfortable little hole in the ground, all of those things. I'll sail a boat down there, right? Mead is honey wine, Rain, so mead is made very similarly to the way that wine is made or that beer is made. It's fermented honey. So some people refer to it as honey wine, but it's made basically the same way that beer or wine is made. It's fermented honey. And it is one of the tastier not malt liquors that you can get. Like, mead is very smooth to drink. And it's got a relative health benefit to it too, because honey is very good for you, and fermented honey is good for you. You just can't drink it in excess. I think everyone is invited to my property to chop wood this summer, although it's a black fly country though. Oh, that's alright. I mean, I love chopping wood. Chopping wood is one of my favorite, like, maintenance activities. I used to chop wood even when I didn't, like, I would go to my mother's house out in the desert and chop wood for her and her neighbors because I love to chop wood. How much would you love to talk to Tolkien? I would love to talk to Tolkien. My mentor when I was young, the gentleman who taught me to read and write, was a colleague of Tolkien's, and so I got to read a lot of Tolkien's letters and original works through him because he had them in his library. But I would have loved to have a conversation with Tolkien. I think he was a very interesting man. I think he was a much simpler man than most people assume, but I would have loved to have talked to him. I'm pretty much a hobbit at 5'2". Yeah, it's only a little bit shorter than the lady is. She's basically a very dainty hobbit, as it were. So looks like Gunnar, you're gonna have to buy a whole keg from the bear. I only drink mead from my drinking. Oh, I only drink mead from my drinking horn. I'm picky. Oh, that's true. Duncan over on the Facebook portal, the Furious Viking, as he's appearing here. That's his company. He also makes homemade mead as well. Now, keep in mind, I have never drank the mead or the beer that Bear or Duncan make. I endorse them as friends of the tavern, but if you go blind from drinking their liquor, the tavern cannot be held responsible. Oh, I was nodding as if you could see me. I love honey, so I might have to try a tiny sip from your tiny tankard. Just a tiny sip, though. Just a tiny sip. Oh, I love that you said tankard and the stream elements put the tankard link up. That's funny. I didn't know that it would do that. And mead is fun and simple to make. I love it. It is. It's very simple to mess up as well. It's very simple to mess up, but it is fairly simple to make. I used to spend heaps of time chopping wood years ago. It's really kept me in shape. Oh, chopping wood is a wonderful exercise. It's wonderful. Wherever you like, a storm knocked down about 2 scattered acres of trees, and we need to clean up and chop up. Mead is wonderful, but only in small glasses. I agree. I take most liquor in small glasses. I don't like drinking excessively myself, so I've never had mead. Mead can be delicious, but it can also be terrible. It's just like if honey comes from bad flowers, it doesn't taste very good. If you don't use good honey and good fruit when you ferment your mead, it can taste really bad. But it's hard to mess up mead. Like, mead is pretty simple to make. I feel most people are more simple than they appear. A dangerous notion for those who already look like the local village. That's true. That's true. Thank you, Frost. Ads are done. All right, I'm going to catch up on chat. In fact, I've got an order of 5 gallons of peach mead for a wedding. Whew! That's a lot of mead. They're going to be getting it crunk, as the kids say. I don't know if kids still say that. But I enjoy chopping wood as well. I saw wood in my sleep, though. Or at least that's what it sounds like. Fair enough. I'm only 5'1". Wow. We have lots of hobbits in the tavern, I guess. Dragon God has returned. Hello, my friend. We hold no liability for anything, ever. Well, it isn't moonshine. It isn't moonshine, but you can actually go blind easier from bad beer, wine, or mead than you can from moonshine. Moonshine, you have to really mess up for it to make you go blind. But bad wine or mead or beer can have mold in it. Mold spores cannot survive in malt liquor, but it can survive in wine and beer and in mead. And if you mess it up when you're fermenting and you don't catch that it has got mold spores in it, it will make you go blind. I was playing with a few stills during COVID, experimenting with a few different grains. It's such a fun thing to do. I like tawny port. Yeah, port is alright. I'm not a huge fan of port, but port is alright. I like cider more. What can I say? It has a good taste. I love a good cider. My uncles brew cider, so I love a good cider. How are you doing today, Castle? I'm doing wonderful. I'm without the lady today, so we're a little bit more slow and shotgun today than we usually are. Only in small glasses, of course. The big rule in fermenting is to keep it clean and keep air out. Yes, absolutely. Because if you don't keep it clean and keep air out, you can get fungus and you can get other bacteria in there that, again, can kill you or make you go blind. Being only 140 pounds, I think the tiny tankard would be fine for me. I think so. Yeah, the lady is very tiny too. She's like 95 pounds soaking wet. And we've been trying to get her to put more weight on because she's very thin. But she goes through these stints where if she's busy or she's hot, she doesn't like to eat, so she doesn't put weight on very easily. Castle Wild Turkey honey liquor is pretty good to drink, but it's a bit pricier than it should be. I think most liquors have gotten kind of out of hand recently. That's just how it is. I would love to learn how to make mead. Mead is a good place to start. If you want to learn how to ferment things, mead is a good place to start. I've never had mead. I would love to try it, though. Yeah, I grew up because my uncles, they make mead and beer and whiskey and poutine and cider. So my uncles run breweries and distilleries that make all of these things. So I grew up around it. I prefer meads and ciders, though I prefer cider because I like something that's a bit sour and a bit sweet. But I don't like how sweet mead is all the time. And I don't like the bitterness of beer. I do like a good barrel distilled whiskey, but I don't like it in large amounts. I like just enough to where you can taste it. I like the taste of it. A friend gave me a bottle of double stout from Britain's oldest brewery. We both agree that my stout tastes almost identical, so I'll take that. I do okay. I have every faith in you, Bear. But if you make somebody go blind, if Bear had a bad day and he messed up one of his batches, the tavern's is not responsible. Is not responsible. Oteka, what is Oteka, Jazz? With shine, if you don't have the pot hot enough, that's where you'll mess it up badly. Yes. I love a good drink that is wet unless it's wine, then I like dry. I can't do dry wine, it gives me a headache. Dry wine is one of the only liquors I have no tolerance for. If it's too dry, I get a headache pretty much instantly. If you don't sanitize properly, you destroy your brew. That is true. I have fermenting lids. I plan on making kombucha before. Could that be used for me? No, you have to have a bleeding system for fermenting liquor. So you really just need a bottle and a bleeder top, and you can ferment your own mead. If you want something that's a little bit more intricate, you can, but you just need like a glass bottle and a bleeder cork. That's really all you need. I can totally understand that. When I lose a few pounds, I know I'm sick. Yeah. And that's like she'll go through these eras where she doesn't eat a lot, and then she gets very thin, and it's clear that she's not eating. But it's just how she's always been. She's been like that since she was a child. So I've literally forced her to eat every day because she forgets to eat or she neglects to eat. Give me straight whiskey. I do prefer a whiskey neat. If I'm gonna drink hard liquor, I prefer a whiskey or a poutine. But I don't drink a lot. I just prefer it for I like it for the taste. Jazz says, "Oh my goodness. Well, folks, get blind, rotten drunk on my brew." Well, that's okay. If they get rotten drunk and then they're blind from that, that's fine. I'm new to the tavern. I wish I had known about this reading sooner. I don't check Facebook very often. Well, that's all right, Phantom. That's all right. We read every Monday. I'm sorry. We read every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday traditionally. And you caught us at the best time. This is the Read-A-Thon. We read every single day. Now, the Read-A-Thon for tomorrow and Saturday will only be on Twitch. But traditionally, usually we have these live readings. We do them on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday every week unless something happens. Okay, sorry. Try making a small batch and get the first. Trust me, it'll save you in the wrong. Yeah, absolutely. I love me some bourbon. Bourbon is pretty good. I have the World of Tolkien cookbook and the mead recipes. Can't wait to try those out. Noodles. That's actually a pretty decent mead recipe in there, so I would agree with it. I love fruit-flavored mead. I do too, John. I like berries. I don't because Duncan had mentioned earlier he was making peach. I don't like pitted fruit, so I don't like peach mead or apple mead or anything like that. Which is strange because I like apple cider. Like I like a cider, but I don't like apple meads. I like berry meads. So anything that's got like blackberries, raspberries, huckleberries, boysenberries, anything like. I like berry meads, but I don't like all fruit meads, which is weird. But I just don't. How do you keep up with all the different conversations between the apps? Not easily. It's taken years of practice, Hippie. And I don't catch everything. Okay, I missed a couple of things over here. I used to make fruit wine and ciders, but they were all dry, not sweet. I don't like sweet. Which is, yeah, and I think people are either in one category or the other. Like, you either like sweet liquors or you don't. I prefer something that's a little bit more neutral. And closer to like the sweet or sour side. I don't like it to be too bitter or dry. So, there was this Pictvian ale from Juniper Brewing here. Oh, my friends, there just aren't words. I would imagine. You're probably allergic to sulfates, Castle. The more expensive the wine, the alcohol burns off the sulfates, and when it's cheap, they use a lot of sulfates to get rid of the yeast. That would make sense. Because when I drink something that was made by my grandfather or any of his sons that make liquor, I never had that problem. It's only been since I've lived in the US or when I've drank in Asian countries that I've had the problem with getting headaches from liquor. So that's very possible. Castle mead, also called honey wine, correct. Mead is also called honey wine. That is correct. Fermentation has to be very sterile. Yes, it does. Otherwise, you can get all kinds of like the kinds of bacteria and fungus that can grow in liquor as it is fermenting will kill you in so many nasty ways. You have to be very careful. Blueberry mead is good. I agree with that. Fruit with honey is mead. Fruit with grain or corn is brandy. Right. Correct, Tyson. There are reminders sent a lot, and though the chats to make it easier on you as well. Yeah, and the barkeeps make it a lot easier as well. Like if I miss something, the barkeeps will point it out to me. That's very helpful. I've gotten to the point where we've been doing this for so long that when the chats are rolling, I'm a very good speed reader, so I can usually keep up with things that are going, not terribly. Brandy is distilled, that's correct. Mead is fermented, brandy is distilled. Shrouded, hello, hello. BRB, go to check my banana bread. Do it. Banana bread is so tasty. It's one of my guilty pleasures. I love banana bread. I want to try elderberry mead. Elderberry mead can be very good. You have to have good, sweet elderberries. Like they have to be very ripe before you make it. Sorry, what was the recipe? Oh, it's the World of Tolkien. The World of Tolkien has a really neat mead recipe in it that's supposed to be, I think it's Bjorn's honey mead is the one that's in the World of Tolkien. I don't know for sure. I made it years ago when it first came out. How are you this fine evening? I am spectacular. We're about to get back into the story, but I figured I would chat with everybody for a minute while we went on. Technically, all fruity meads aren't actually mead in the strictest sense. It's considered melomel to teach a thing. That's true. I mean, they've all have become classified under mead, but that is true. Castle mead is an alcoholic beverage often referred to as honey wine produced by fermenting honey with water. Yes, indeed, Esther, that is true. BRB, all right, we'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm definitely learning how to barkeep here. I've had some berry meads. Honestly, I prefer classic honey mead. Yeah, classic honey mead is very good, but if I'm going to have a flavored mead, I prefer it with berries. The biggest thing you learn while being a barkeep is that you won't catch everything. Yes, 100%. And it's all right for you guys to repeat things if I miss you. That's the big thing. I've made it a rule that as long as you're not spamming something dumb or trying to get people's attention for something, like we've had some people come in and try and like sell their stuff or try to like get people to go follow them. That's not okay because that's just going to annoy people. But if you're talking and you have something that you want somebody in chat to see, or that you have something that's relevant to the conversation, I don't mind you repeating that because that's fine. It's not a big deal for me. The chats move fast. I don't particularly care about it. I'm also a speed reader. Even though the comments fly by, it can give me a pretty bad headache. It is hard to keep up with sometimes. I don't like Calvados, which is apple brandy from France. It reminds me of paint stripper. Most French liquors remind me of paint stripper, though, to be fair. Like, French wine can be okay, but French liquors are all... Like, you can tell the French have a lot of self-loathing by the taste of their liquors. I said that too deadpan. That was a joke. I'm joking, I'm not joking, but I am joking. It's mostly a joke. I really like banana bread. I don't actually like bananas. See, I love bananas and banana. I'll eat a banana with anything. I love bananas. Can I sell blanket forts? Certainly. Certainly. That is why we have so many barkeeps. That is true. Elderberry can make you beyond sick if it ferments wrong. Hence, the off smell of elderberry jokes. Spoiled elderberry will mess you up. Yes, it will. That's why I said they have to be very ripe. Otherwise, you have to make sure that they are ripe. Otherwise, it'll mess up the flavor. Actually, I don't like repeating comments. It's a real headache, which is understandable. And that's why I say, like, if somebody wants to make sure that I see something, you go to one of the slower platforms. It's inevitable that you have to repeat on Twitch if I'm not paying attention, because I will miss things on Twitch. The Hobbit was my favorite book growing up. My first copy, which I still have, has fallen apart. I read it so much. That is a well-loved book. That is good to know. You're always more than welcome to tag a mod. That's true. You can, if you don't want to repeat what you're saying, you can tag a mod and they'll call my attention to what is being said, and I'll go back to it. Have you ever tried Commandaria? If I remember correctly, it's one of the oldest alcohols in the world. Not to the best of my knowledge. I might have at some point. I used to do a lot of, like I said, my uncles make beer and liquor, so I might have at some point encountered it. And I used to do a lot of work with like pubs and festivals, so I might have seen it at some point, but I don't recall off the top of my head. I only repeat myself when I'm drunk. I'm the most randomly related conversationalist. That's true. I find OBS side and mod mode slight side chat harder to read. It certainly can be. Plus, you can highlight your comments if it helps to be seen. That's true. What about French strippers? I mean, paint liquors. Can I sell Matty's book when he finally gets it done? He hasn't published anything yet. I've seen the Hobbit movies and they are dead set amazing. I've never read the book though. Wait, did I miss something that Phantom said? Oh yeah, yes. The Hobbit movies are all right. I don't understand why people like the Hobbit movies. They messed up a lot of the Hobbit movies to me, so I'm joking though. You can sell Matty, that's true. You can take 100% of the proceeds. Can I take 100% of the proceeds? No, if you sell them here in the tavern, I get 90%. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Imagine this is what keeps you from being a dad. Castle, I'm selling Matty. Do it. Do it. Oh, good idea. There's new people. That's true. Book 1 is coming 2027 at the latest. Dibs on the soul. Nobody's got something nefarious they want to do with Matty. Okay. I wish they put more stuff from the book into the movies, like the borrows. Well, yeah, and especially so, the Lord of the Rings films did a pretty good job. Like they did an all right job. They left out some really important things that makes the films not make sense. Like the films become a little bit nonsensical. You can even make your own sauerkraut. But yeah, fermenting anything is a dangerous business. It's not difficult, but it's not simple. You have to be very meticulous when you do any sort of fermenting. Bobby, hello, good to see you. Welcome in. He agreed, legally binding. Oh, it's launching, my friends. I needed this evening. Well, we're glad you could join us, Bobby. We're in the middle of Mirkwood right now. Yeah, I love the Lord of the Rings as well. Like, the Lord of the Rings films to this day remain some of the most visually stunning and epic films that were ever made. I agree with Christopher Tolkien that they focused way too much on the action, which was really common for movies at the time. Like, blockbuster movies at the time, they had to have that action. And that was, I understand some of the changes. I understand removing Bombadil and the Barrow Wights. I kind of get removing Bombadil, but removing the Barrow Wights completely ruins a lot of the arc that goes on there. And the whole battle scene with the elf who dies at Helm's Deep was silly. Like there were a lot of better ways that they could have handled that. When it came to The Hobbit, the first film in the Hobbit trilogy is really good. I liked the first film. The second one, I do not like at all. I think that the second one is the worst of the three of them. And I like parts of the third one. And I really wish that they had making two films, I get. But making it a trilogy was a bad choice. And I agree with Crow. Torio's addition to the Hobbit films and the member berries of throwing in Legolas was absolutely terrible. It was awful. It was not good. It was not necessary. It was not needed. The little member berries that they threw in there, like, oh, guess what? The Hobbit's related to Lord of the Rings. Yeah, we know. Unnecessary. Didn't need that. Fermenting and brewing is not hard, it's super easy even. You just have to be super clean. Well, yeah, it's a meticulous process. Like, it's not a complicated process. It's not a difficult process, but it is a meticulous process. You have to do it right. It's very easy to mess up. Sorry I've missed story time, but 2 days ago I lost my dog unexpectedly, and I have not posted on social media. I'm sorry to hear that, Bobby. That is absolutely dreadful. It's never easy to lose a friend like that. And I'm sorry that you have had to deal with all of that. I hope that you've had family and friends around to kind of go through it. I know a lot of people think it's silly to mourn a pet, but our pets are very much our family. So I'm sorry that you've lost your friend, Bobby. And we'll raise a glass to your beloved doggo and wish them well on their journey to the next. Removing and adding stuff, bugs, yeah. Well, and they do this all the time in modern media. It is... Pets are better than humans, in my opinion. Some of them are. Some of them are. I also cashed in... I don't know if I can get one of the cats. Hang on. I'll go see if I can find one of the kitty cats. You gotta remember, I'm working by myself today, Matty, so... I don't have my beloved lady of the tavern here with me. Oh, luckily Milo's doing something he's not supposed to do. He's asleep. You're not supposed to be sleeping. You're not supposed to be sleeping. I bring to you all a putty tat who is not supposed to be sleeping. He is sleeping, but he's not supposed to be. Look how big he is. Look at the absolute unit this guy is. The kitty caption was around the beginning of Scream. Well, guys, I missed that. I definitely missed that. Hi, fella. How you doing? The Lord of Cats. Yes, he is. He's going to start being dramatic here in a minute. I thought I saw a putty tat. I did. Yeah. Little putty tat. Not little, he's gigantic. Absolute unit. You can tell he's contemplating. He's like, do I want to run away or do I just want to stay here? And we raise a glass to Bella. She was a good companion, long-lived and well-loved, hopefully. And it's one of the things that Will you get your foot out of my face, please? Get your foot out of my face. One of the things that I always make sure that I mention when we lose our pets, it's a hard thing taking on a pet, understanding that they're not going to live as long as we do, right? You know, with a cat, you're lucky if you get 15 years. Some people get 20 years out of a cat. But cats usually live about, 8 to 12 years at the most. A dog, you'll get 8 to 15 years out of. So you know they're not going to live as long as you. And it doesn't make it any easier, though. But you can always take comfort in knowing that you're sort of this timeless immortal. Where are you going? Hey. Watch those claws, guy. Watch those claws. Watch your claws. No clawing me. You know better than that. Do I need to hold you upside down? Huh? You gonna be a butthead? You gonna be a butthead? Huh? Get out of my face. Don't be a butthead. You're not supposed to be sleeping anyways. Why are you being a butt? Why are you being a butt, huh? Why are you being a butt? Why are you being a butthead? You have to kind of remember with animals that they are... You are sort of a timeless immortal to them. You are this never-aging, ever-living thing. Back, Facebook got odd. Is everything running all right now, Mary Beth? It's the tired cat. Yeah, he's always trying to sleep. He's always trying to sleep. Always trying to go sleepy by somewhere. But to them, we are these timeless immortals, and when you think about the life an animal would have if they were not a pet, right? Like they would be outside, they would be prey for so many other animals, and there would be very little chance of them living the sort of... Like Milo spends most of his day sleeping on a chair, eating and pooping. That's what he does, and when he's not doing that, he's playing with his toys, or he's snuggling with the boy, or he's snuggling with the lady. He very rarely has any sort of struggle in his life. And it's the same thing with Coda. Like, Coda loves just getting to nap all the time because he's lazy. And then when he gets to go outside and run around with the boy, he's super happy. But the life that a pet has is incomparably more comfortable than what they would have had if they were wild, right? They'd be constantly worried about being eaten. Most wild cats don't live past 3 or 4 years old. Most wild dogs don't live more than a couple of years. So you are this timeless immortal that has given them nirvana to live in, and you can take comfort in knowing that that animal had one of the greatest lives ever living with you, and you were this timeless immortal that they served, and they worried about you and they loved you, and you can be as romantic with it as you want to be, but just know that if you treat your animals well, you're giving them the greatest gift that you could give to any creature by being a steward for them and letting them have the comfortable life of a pet. What are you doing, huh? What? Should I hold you upside down like this? Meow. I'm such a whiner. I'm such a whiner. Gosh, you're getting so fat, dude. I'm gonna tell Mom you gotta stop eating so much. What? 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 Yeah? Something like that? Why are you being such a baby? You're just gonna go back to the chair and lay down again. Why are you being such a baby? Huh? Alright, here. What you do? Right, you've done your work. Good job. Go get a snack. Darth Next says, hello, my friend. Thank you for the heart me and the go popular. My cat wants in and then out and then in and out. Yeah. Wants to hang out, hangs out for 5 minutes and then leaves. Yeah, cats are fickle. They are fickle indeed. Yes, my first black cat, Salem, I had for 17 years. It was hard to see him go. My cat does whatever the hell she wants. It's true. Moser, hello, good to see you. My grandmother's toy poodle lived 23 years is wild. I had a husky that lived to be 19, and that was a long time. Cats do usually sleep most of the time. Yes, they do, Esther. Yes, they do. Yes, I was losing internet connection. It could just be me. I see. Is Milo still... I mean, he doesn't as much anymore. Because I keep him up all throughout the day. So it's not as much of a problem. Castle's a good cat dad. I am not. I'm the worst cat dad. The cats fear me. He sounds like my king strike, but never thought of the fact that we're timeless to them. It's very football. Yeah, like you have to imagine, like the good that you give to your animals is so much more than we give to them, but than they give to us. Like they give us companionship, and sometimes they're a pain in the ass or whatever it is. But just thinking about like what the life difference is for an animal is a great comfort. I find when you realize, yeah, they're not going to live as long as we are. But think about how great that animal's life was, especially if you treat them well, you play with them, you exercise them, you feed them well. Think about how great that life is. Being a good steward to animals is a very big deal in my family. Grew up doing cowboy things. Absolutely, quote. Absolutely. For all the extent your pet sees as gods, more or less, something like that. Banana bread is done, and is it delicious, Destiny? Pets are a great gift to us. My doggos are so nice to me that they even let me sleep in their bed, which I thought was actually my bed. I guess I was wrong. Yeah. They tried to do the same thing. Milo is weary of me at the moment because he tried to pee on my bed and I cracked him for it. And so now he's been very dramatic for the last couple of weeks, but he's slowly forgetting that it happened. He's remembering not to pee on the bed, but he's slowly forgetting that he was pretending to be dramatic over it. All our cats and dogs all have their own bed and air cons and heaters and live a good... Yeah, see, like that's wild for an animal, right? The only struggle Milo has is to keep him awake during the day. That's true, Tyson. I swear my future daughter is like, will be dad, WTF. Aunties Aaron and Destiny are right, that's true. I'll pop it in the mail now. I will expect it swiftly. Cats all live rent-free. Yes, they do. Picture in the guild. I would love to have a live-in cat. It's hard to have, like, if you don't know how to train cats, it's hard to just get a cat that has a good temperament. Pet me, then I'll bite you. That's what cats do. So, I have trained these cats not to bite when they are done being pet. Like, they will still play, but they don't bite. Because I don't like being bit by cats. So I've trained these cats not to bite when they're being overstimulated, they don't bite. My cat just curled up in my lap and claimed me as a bed because Milo meowed, staking his territory. Fair enough. Okay, I need to get caught back up here. I'm not a good cat dad. I love cats. I'm just too rough, they say. I have big dogs and cats don't like it. Yeah, it took a while to get Coda to be comfortable with the cats, but we got him there. Exactly, my Salem was very pampered and spoiled boy. He was trained to walk on a leash and a harness like a dog, and my grandmother would take him out for walks every day. This is where I must leave you wonderful people. I only get to take Rabbits and Mom out for lunch together once a year. Go, babe, go. And give your mother and Rabbits big old sloppy kisses from all of us. I'm leaving my stream open in the hopes that you will still be live when I get back. We will be on for another 2 hours at least, Bear. For another 2 hours. We have a cat now. She's 18, almost 19 years old. Wow, that's incredible. The attempt to pee on your bed was an attempt to market it as, yes, it was. And he now knows that it is not his. He's done it, so he's peed on the bed a couple of times, but the 2 times beforehand, it was because his litter box was dirty and he was scared, so he came and he peed on the bed because that was the other place that he felt safe, and it was right after we got him. But now the lady has given Boo, who is the other cat, a pillow at the end of the bed, and Milo is constantly trying to take things from Boo because Boo was here first, and Boo is also a male, but Boo is fixed. So he tried to pee on Boo's pillow and forgot that I was there, as he usually does when he's trying to mess with Boo, because he bullies Boo all the time. And as he went to pee, I snuck up on him and whacked him on the butt. And he was not happy about it. He was not happy about it. Enjoy the time with them, my brother. Be safe. Yes, absolutely. My cats don't bite either. It's not difficult to train cats not to bite, but you do have to. You have to have a lot of structure when you're training them not to do it. Mr. Bart doesn't tolerate. Oh, that's right. He's allergic, isn't he, Jazz? Yeah, so it's about time for the next giveaway. It is about time for the next giveaway, Frost. I have chatted too long. Cats are generally pretty good-natured and don't usually bite. I think that wild cats, because cats tend to bite and scratch when they're scared. If you have a cat that's domesticated and has not been, like, spoiled and been allowed to be overly domestic, then yes, that is true. They are almost bulletproof. They've been pestered since they were 2 days old, knowing that they were coming to the house to smoke it. Yeah, which is really, like, I've bullied the heck out of Milo since we got him, because the lady wanted him to be a cuddly cat. So I have bullied him constantly. I don't let him act like a cat. And because of that, he's just not very cat-like. He's more dog-like than he is cat-like. I imagine I'm too much like Castle. I would be the Space Invader. Slobberiest of kisses. I live in the middle of a field surrounded by woods. I have every predator towards cats. We don't have good luck with cats. Yeah, especially if they're indoor-outdoor cats, which I don't like indoor animals. I grew up with all outdoor animals. So indoor animals is an entirely new thing when me and the lady got together. The woman who I was with previously, she had indoor-outdoor animals. But strictly indoor animals I've never had. Jonas, hello, woohoo, 2 hours to party, my friend. Hi, friends, hello. No, just intolerant. Oh, I see. Well, that's no fun. My cat also pees on my bed when I forget to clean her litter box. Yeah, and it's typically cats will go somewhere where they either feel safe to pee, or they will go somewhere to be spiteful to pee. Milo was still a baby when he did it, so he was going somewhere he felt safe, which was in bed next to me. So he peed on me twice when he was a baby. But now he's old enough to know that shit don't fly. Cats can be very territorial, especially if you've had one for a long time and you introduce another one. It takes time for the other cat to settle in. Yes, absolutely. Missed you all. Glad I caught the stream. I'm glad you're in too. We're in the middle of the Mirkwood right now, and we're gonna get back to it here in a second. I wish I could stay longer, but I gotta work in the morning. First time I've seen these readings. Hopefully I can stick around longer next time. So Matthew, the next time that we will be on everything will be Sunday, but if you want to join tomorrow's reading, it'll be on Twitch only. So if you want to go over and follow on Twitch, tomorrow's reading will only be on Twitch, and so will Saturdays. But we'll look forward to seeing you back nevertheless. Have a good night, my friend. Rest well. We've had 3 cats and scratched maybe 10 times, and that's in 24 years. Yeah. Yep, cats can bite, full stop. I never had that problem myself yet. And if you train him right from the get-go, it's not a big deal. I got Scout, my orange boy, when he was barely 8 weeks old and found him on the side of the road. I was flipping him around and super rough with him, and now he'll let me do almost anything to him. Yeah, once the cat knows that they can trust you, and you get them used to being jostled, they tend to be very good cats. Our cat is indoor and she likes to go outside, but she isn't the biggest fan. Yes, Frost, we're going to do the next giveaway right now. So, anyone who is not yet over on the Twitch portal, we're doing the next giveaway for the evening. This will be the second giveaway. We're going to have one more after this, and it is for a physical copy of the Tavern Festivals book. This is a book by the Lady and I. It's called Norse Gaelic Festivals, and it covers the festivals of the year from the Norse and Gaelic people, specifically Ireland and Norway, Sweden, and Germany to a degree, because it's got Ostera in there, which is more of a German festival. And it covers the common traditions as well as our family traditions, and it has some of our recipes and games in the back. I am going to start the giveaway right now. Oop, hang on. Complete. Okay, that one is completed. Oh, I forgot to put Stephanie as the winner. All right. All right, the next giveaway is active. You have 15 minutes to enter! Raffle over on the Twitch portal. Get in, and I'm going to continue reading in the meantime, my friends. All right. They were lost in a completely lightless dark, and they could not even find... Excuse me, hiccups. Oh. Find one another, not for a long time at any rate. After blundering frantically in the gloom, falling over logs, bumping crash into trees, and shouting and calling till they must have waked everything in the forest for miles, at last they managed to gather themselves in a bundle and count themselves by touch. By that time they had, of course, quite forgotten in what direction the path lay, and they were all hopelessly lost, at least until morning. There was nothing for it but to settle down for the night where they were. They did not even dare search the ground for scraps of food for fear of becoming separated again. But they had not been lying long, and Bilbo was only just getting drowsy when Dory, whose turn it was to watch first, said in a loud whisper,
"The lights are coming out again over there. There are more than ever of them."
Up they all jumped. There, sure enough, not far away, were scores of twinkling lights, and they heard the voices and laughter quite plainly. They crept up slowly towards them in a single line, each touching the back of the one in front, and when they got near, Thorin said,
"No rushing forward this time. No one is to stir from hiding till I say. I shall send Mr. Baggins alone to talk to them. They won't be frightened of him."
"What about me of them?"
thought Bilbo.
"And anyway, I hope they won't do anything nasty to him."
When they got to the edge of the circle, they pushed Bilbo suddenly from behind, and before he had time to slip on his ring, he stumbled forward into the full blaze of fire and torches. It was no good. Out went all the lights again, and complete darkness fell. If it hadn't been difficult collecting themselves before, it was far worse this time, and they simply could not find the hobbit. Every time they counted themselves, it only made 13. They shouted and called, Bilbo Baggins! Hobbit! You dratted Hobbit! Hey, Hobbit! Confiscate you, where are you? And other things of that sort, but there was no answer. They were just giving up hope when Dory stumbled across him by sheer luck. In the dark he fell over what he thought was a log, and he found it was the Hobbit curled up fast asleep. It took a deal of shaking to wake him, and when he was awake, he was not pleased at all.
I was having such a lovely dream, he grumbled, all about having the most gorgeous dinner.
Good heavens! He's gone like Bomber!
They said, Don't tell us about the dreams. Dream dinners aren't any good. We can't share them.
They're the best I'm likely to get in this place,
he muttered as he lay down beside the dwarves and tried to go back to sleep and find his dream again. But that was not the last of the lights in the forest. Later, when the night must have been getting old, Keely, who was watching them, came and roused them all, saying, There's a regular blaze of light begun not far away. Hundreds of torches and many fires must have been lit suddenly and by magic, and hark to the singing and the harps. After laying and listening for a while, they found they could not resist the desire to go nearer and try once more to get help. Up they got again, and this time the result was disastrous. The feast that they now saw was greater and more magnificent than before, and at the head of the long line of feasters was sat a woodland king with a crown of leaves upon his golden hair, very much as Bomber had described the figure in his dreams. The elvish folk were passing bowls from hand to hand and across the fire, and some were harping and many were singing. Their gleaming hair was twined with flowers, green and white gems glinted on their collars and their belts, and their faces and their songs were filled with mirth. Loud and clear and fair were those songs, and out stepped Thorin into their midst. Dead silence fell in the middle of a word. Out went all light. The fires leapt up in black smokes, ashes, and cinders were in the eyes of the dwarves, and the wood was filled again with their clamouring cries. Bilbo found himself running round and round as he thought, and calling,
Dory, Nori, Ori, Oin, Gloin, Feely, Keely, Bomber, Bofa, Biffa, Dwalin, Bolin, Thorin, Oakenshield,
while people he could not see or feel were doing the same all around him, with the occasional Bilbo thrown in. But the cries of the others got steadily further and fainter, and though, after a while, it seemed to him they changed to yells and cries for help in the far distance, all noise at last died right away, and he was left alone in complete silence and darkness. That was one of his most miserable moments. He soon made up his mind that it was no good trying to do anything till day came, with some little light, and quite useless to go blundering about tiring himself out, with no hope of any breakfast to revive him. So he sat down with his back to a tree, and not for the last time thinking of his far distant hobbit hole and his beautiful pantries. He was deep in thoughts of bacon and eggs and toast and butter when he felt something touching him. Something like a sticky string was against his left hand, and when he tried to move, he found his legs were already wrapped in the same stuff, so that when he got up, he fell over. Then the great spider, who'd been busy tying him up while he dozed, came from behind him and came at him. He could only see the thing's eyes, but he could feel its hairy legs, and as it struggled to wind its abominable threads round and round him, it was lucky that he had come to his senses in time. Soon he would have not been able to move at all. As it was, he had the desperate fight before he got free. He beat the creature off with his hands. It was trying to poison him to keep him quiet, as small spiders do flies, until he remembered his sword and drew it out. Then the spider jumped back, and he had time to cut loose his legs. After that, it was his turn to attack. The spider evidently was not used to things that carried such stings at their sides, or it would have hurried away quicker. Bilbo came at it before it could disappear and stuck it with his sword right in its eyes. Then it went mad and leapt and danced and flung its legs in horrible jerks until he killed it with another stroke, and then he fell down and remembered nothing more for a long while. There was the usual dim grey light of the forest day about him. When he came to his senses, the spider lay dead beside him, and his sword lay stained black. Somehow, the killing of the giant spider all alone by himself, in the dark without help of the wizard or the dwarves or anyone else, made a great difference to Mr. Baggins. He felt a different person, a much fiercer and bolder, in spite of an empty stomach, as he wiped his sword on the grass and put it back into its sheath.
I will give you a name, he said to it. I shall call you Sting.
After that he set out to explore. The forest was grim and silent, but obviously he had, first of all, to look out for his friends, who were not likely to be very far off, unless they'd been made prisoners by elves, or worse things. Bilbo felt it was unsafe to shout, and he stood a long while wondering what direction the path lay, and in what direction he should go and look for the dwarves.
Oh, why did we not remember Bjorn's advice and Gandalf's? He lamented. What a mess we are in now. I only wish that it was we. It is horrible being all alone.
Bilbo gets a pet. Sorry, I had to take a call. Did I miss anything? You missed very little. Very little. I was rambling for quite a bit, and we just started the giveaway over on Twitch. So if you want a chance at winning the physical version of the Norse Festivals book, go over to Twitch and do !raffle to enter into the giveaway. Lovely Grandpa Bilbo. Hey, King Carl, good to see you. Stephanie, you had said, my pit bull was scared to death of my little cat. It can happen. Already got my ticket. Excellent. Good to hear. Let's see how much longer we have in the giveaway. There's 4 minutes left, friends, so if you've not yet entered over on the Twitch portal, get your entry in for the Tavern Festivals book. And here we have this absolutely lovely picture that I'm sure is not going to bother anyone, of the giant spider attacking Mr. Baggins. There we go. Let me get it in there. There we are, for everybody over on Twitch and whatnot. Oh, there you go, guys. King Cal gave me a drink. Oh, yeah, I haven't been paying attention to the captions. Thank you for the drink, my friend. Cheers. Why does it always have to be spiders? Why couldn't it be follow the butterflies? One of my big... So we just finished reading... I'm going to go on a bit of a ramble here. We just finished reading the Harry Potter books, and one of my biggest grievances between the books and the films is one... Like, there's this whole problem where the characters are way more insufferable in the films than they are in the books. But one of my biggest complaints about the characters in the books is that they never really learn, and there's this constant push for, like, drama and conflict that is purely designed from a lack of communication, which I guess you could say is common in children. It sort of is what it is. One of the things that I absolutely despise is the character assassination of Ronald Weasley. Ronald Weasley is so whiny and cowardly in the films, and that's not how he is in the books. That's not how he is in the books. He is not that way in the books. He's such a whiny little coward in the films all the time. He's thrust into everything. Like, even in the scene when in the first movie where like, they all kind of have equal parts in that. Like, Hermione helps in equal measure, Ron helps in equal measure, Harry helps in equal measure. Like, it's sort of equal. There's the instance where Hermione is panicking in the Devil's Snare, and she's like, "How do we make sunlight?" And in the movie, Ron is just laying there screaming and crying and like, "Ah, somebody help me!" And then Hermione saves him with a spell. In the book, he yells to her, "What do you mean? You're a witch!" He's the one who reminds her, like, "You're a witch. You can make light yourself." But yeah, I think they did Ron so dirty in the films. And don't get me wrong, Rupert Grint did a wonderful job playing Ronald Weasley, but they did him so dirty in the films as opposed to what his character was in the books. Absolutely, absolutely unacceptable what they did to our boy. All right, let's continue. I think I can get through the rest of this page before the end of the. Again, I think they did a little bit better in the later films, but they all get super whiny in the later films anyways, like in the later books and later films. Like, there's a whole lot of whining and bickering that goes on just in general. So yeah, it just... I find that most actors are that way, Esther. Like, most actors are kind of uppity. It's very rare to find a down-to-earth actor or actress. Was it because he was ginger? It could have been, who knows. Yeah, she did. I don't know if she found the image or if she made it, but yes, she did put this together. I think she made it in Photoshop. I don't think she drew it. I think she found this and these other elements and she put it together in Photoshop. I don't know though. You'd have to ask her. Jason, first time in. Hello, my friend. Welcome. Okay, let's see. In the end, he made as good a guess as he could at the direction from which the cries for help had come in the night, and by luck, he was born with a good share of it. He guessed more or less right, as you will see. Having made up his mind, he crept along as cleverly as he could. Hobbits are clever in quietness, especially in woods, as I have already told you. Also, Bilbo had slipped on his ring before he started. That is why the spiders neither saw nor heard him coming. He had picked his way stealthily for some distance when he noticed a place of dense black shadow ahead of him. Black even for that forest, like a patch of midnight that had never been cleared away. As he drew nearer, he saw that it was made by a spider's web, one behind and over and tangled with another, and suddenly he saw too that there were spiders huge and horrible sitting in the branches above him, and ring or no ring he trembled with fear lest they should discover him. Standing behind a tree he watched a group of them for some time, and then in silence and stillness of the wood he realized that these loathsome creatures were speaking to one another, and their voices were a sort of thin creaking hiss that he could make out many of the words that they said, and they were talking about the dwarves. Okay, all right, we're going to stop there for right now, because don't worry, we're going to finish the chapter, but we're going to do this giveaway, and I promise I'm not going to get caught up in conversation again. Does the ice cream truck play the Harry Potter theme? That is very funny. Yeah, because Rupert Grint now runs an ice cream truck, which is just so funny. Like, the guy just wanted to do something whimsical and give back, so now he drives around England. I don't know where he lives in England, but he drives around in an ice cream truck, and it is very funny. Okay, it has ended. 14 people have got their names in. Unfortunately, enough. The Sandman is calling, and bedtime is soon to follow. Good night, you all. Hope it isn't as long until I see you all again. Be lucky, much love. Good night, Marcus, one of the ancient and legendary barkeeps of the tavern. Rest well, my friend. We will see you again soon, I hope. All right, friends, we're about to roll for the winner. Stephanie, again, make sure that you have messaged me either on Twitch or on Discord to make sure I can get your email address to send you your copy of the book. After the Harry Potter films wrapped, Grint fulfilled a childhood dream of purchasing a 1974 Bedford Mr. Whippy ice cream van. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. All right, friends, here we go. And the winner is, drum roll, please. Jody! Jody, that's 2 wins in 1 readathon! Huzzah! I know my hobby is a British... Yeah, gingers, people do tend to be very opinionated about gingers in the UK. Jody, I think we already have your address, but I will put you in as having won a physical copy of the festival's book. Oh, missed the raffle while sewing. That's all right. There'll be a few more before the end, Milu. So congratulations to the Emeralds lady. Jody, you will be getting a festival's book from the lady and I. Let me make sure that I put your name in. Yes, you do, because the kid. So we'll send you a book from us. So we won't drop ship it to you. We'll actually send it from us with the keg when we mail it out to you. All right, excellent. I mean, oop, no, that was not what I wanted to do. Okay, all right, got it. Ugh. I don't normally autograph things, but if you would like, I can autograph it. I don't normally autograph things because I don't think that there's any value to be added by it being autographed by us. Yes, indeed, Esther. Yes, indeed. I'll be honest, I'm skipping the festival's book because I have a physical and digital, and I love it, but I want someone else to have a chance to get it. I appreciate you, Milo. I appreciate you for that. Yes, we have yours, Teresa. Wonderful. Okay, so yes, please. Sentimental value. All right. Very well then. Very well. Okay, we're gonna end that one up. Here we go. Back. The active giveaway and complete. That one is done. You had a personal touch when you autographed it, never to be sold. Well, that's the thing. Is like, if ever there is any value to my signature on something, I don't want it to be on everything, right? Because Stan Lee autographed anything that was brought to him ever, especially in his later years, and so there's no real value to having something autographed by Stan Lee because it's on everything. So if ever... Last thing I won was a wooden Mjolnir that I wear every day, and I won that here on TikTok from another friend. I think the lady and I are going to start doing monthly giveaways of, like, tavern things, just because we really want to give back to you guys for all that you do for us, but we'll have to see. I am auburn-haired because of my Irish background. Oh, I see, I see. But yeah, I don't want my signature to be on everything, so that if the things we make ever do become valuable, the lady and I having signed it will then make it more valuable for whoever does have it. So, do a hoodie giveaway. I mean, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, friends, we're going to run 3 minutes of ad, and I'm going to pop up and take a quick break. I'm going to stretch. I've been sitting for 2.5 hours. So I'm going to pop up. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will be back. So we're going to put on some... I wanted Iron Tusk. I don't have iron tusks, sadly. We're going to do 3 minutes of ads for our friends over on Twitch. I'm going to pop up. I'm going to put on the ladies' playlist for you all, and we will be back presently. So here we go. Come over here. Myself. Mute myself.
ages, a kingdom of night. In the veins of the mountain, the iron is still, bound by the frost runes and winter's own will. Old Ymir is dreaming in temples of glass, waiting for shadows of ages to pass. Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of gold, turning the silver to rivers of gold. The rhyme giant slumber. The story is told. The wolf age is fading, the high winds subside. The thaw is a river, a bone-chilling tide. From the roots of the world tree, the sap starts to climb, breaking the silence of ancient long time. The stones are whispering, the glaciers they weep, as the lords of the winter fall back into sleep.
Isa is breaking, so Elo is waking. From the iron wood to the salt sea foam, the light is finding its long way home.
Wake from the ice sleep, the fire is won, the sky candle rises, the wheel has begun. The hammer is falling on shackles of cold, turning the silver to rivers of gold.
Sleep, giant sleep. The earth is ours to keep. Under the weight of the silver bone, the adder wakes in its house of stone. A ribbon of glass, a shivering vein, is drinking the mist and the firstborn rain. Of a mountain is shedding its mantle of white as the river uncoils in the pale morning light. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin retreats to her cave in the mist, where the frost and the shadows have finally kissed. She leaves her blue staff in the mud and the clay, as the sun warmth of breed washes winter away. The pulse of the forest is starting to beat in the rhythm of water and soft cloven feet. Drip by drip, the winter dies, 1,000 mirrors for the skies. From the smallest crack to the widest bay, the serpent of spring is finding its way. Rise from the deep, oh silver thread, wake every root from its frozen bed. The ice is a skin that is peeling away to reveal the green heart of a new coming day. Flow, little serpent, flow to the sea, set the heart of the valley free. The water is sea, the valley is reed. The serpent has come, winter is done. I trace the lines of the mountain's face, a map of stone in an ancient grace. The iron cold in the heavy sky, the winter's breath is a lullaby. I walk the path that my fathers knew, where the old gods sleep and the mist is blue. Through the biting wind, the story ends where the paths begin. We are blood, we are the blood, we are the bone. We never walk these woods alone. The earth remembers its own. 1,000 years in a single breath.
I just realized that I completely forgot to mute the microphone. So that was
Rise from the valley floor to lead us back to the open door. The runes are etched in the frozen ground. Within the silence, the truth.
Mortis Bod, hello, hello! I have seen some of your other work, keep at it. Very good, I'm very glad that you could join us. Wonderful to have you. Susan, hello! No, this time it was the ladies' playlist. Yeah, it's something that the lady is putting together. I know nothing about it, so I can tell you nothing about it. But it's the lady's project. It's something she's working on. She said that she will give it to you all when it is done. So that's all the information I have on it. I know that some of these songs are lyrics that are things that she and I have written, but beyond that, I don't know. I do like Norse Viking music. Yeah, a lot of these are songs that she and I have written, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it down here in just a second. I'm gonna pause that. Yeah. But it is her project, she's working on it, and I am not privy to it because there's nothing that I can do to help her because I don't know what she's doing, and I have too many other things to do. So she is, it's something she's working on all on her lonesome. No, it's all right. I was gonna turn it down anyways because we're about to get on. But yes, the lady will have that for you guys when she's ready for it. All hail the okay, guys. No chair stuff. With a hood and an insignia of a tavern on it, in black possibly. Hang on, let me see what else the lady has on the giveaways for this week. We are going to be giving away, so the final giveaway of the evening, which is going to be later on tonight, is going to be some of the books from one of our book rescues. The lady and I rescued these Game of Thrones graphic novels. They are all in fairly mint condition, other than some shelfware from being taken on and off of shelves. And they're a little bit dusty from sitting upstairs. But otherwise, these are the first 3 volumes of the Game of Thrones graphic novel. And we will be giving these away last tonight as the big giveaway for the evening. These will be domestic unless you want to pay the shipping, which is insane. I don't know why you would. 200 comment. No, not a motor mouth. It just means that you're properly engaged in the tavern conversation, hippie. I have a lot of Norse music. Only one I hail is Elsie. Well, there you go. Everyone else is busy hailing chairs, and Esther's hailing Elsie. So yes, these will be available for you to win later this evening, my friends. Just stick with us until the end, and you will have a chance to win yourselves 3 lovely Game of Thrones graphic novels. No, Esther, it would be cheaper to just buy them from Amazon or something, because I think they're $20 to $30 a piece. They might be a little bit more than that in Australia, but to ship these 3 books to Australia would be like $50. So it's almost makes more sense just to buy them in Australia. So we have 3 more. We have 2 more days of giveaways. We're gonna do a giveaway on Friday. We're giving away the first volume of Harry Potter, an illustrated edition. We'll be giving away another ebook. We're giving away an ebook every day, version of the festival's book. Every day there's an ebook given away. We're giving away the first volume of the Harry Potter illustrated collection and a tavern shirt. So this will either be a Viking Raspberry shirt or a Myth and Lore and Tales of Yore shirt. And then on the final day, this is the big giveaway day. Chris Blackburn, hello and welcome in. Hello. They are the Game of Thrones graphic novels. I can't show them because there's nudity in them. So you should also be you have to be an adult to win anyways. But yeah, Friday we're giving away a tavern shirt, and then Saturday is the big giveaway. Saturday is the big giveaway. This is the one that Bethany has been waiting for. Saturday we are giving away a complete collection of the Feist paperbacks. We're giving a complete paperback Feist collection away. We're giving away the full paperback set Magician Master and Magician Apprentice, Silverthorn, and A Darkness at Sethanon in the matching paperback set. So the paperbacks that all go together. We're giving that away. And then we'll be giving away, hang on, I'm gonna go grab it. Lake Lady, hello! Welcome in, good to see you. Thank you for the heart me, the rose, and the hand hearts. I appreciate you for that. Well, the tavern shirts are definitely big and cool. But this is the second most expensive thing we're giving away all week is these books. So we're giving away a full paperback set of Magician, and the reason why we're giving that away is because we just completed that during regular story time. And then we'll be giving away a hardback copy of the first two books that is volumed as one titled Magician. So similar to this one. Well, Lake Lady, all of the giveaways are happening over on Twitch. I can only do the giveaways on Twitch. The shirt giveaway is not until tomorrow. But if you do want to get it, you will want to be over on Twitch tomorrow for the Tavern shirt giveaway. The Tavern shirts are very nice. I should have mine out here, but I don't. Let me see if I have the lady's hoodie. I think she had her hoodie out here somewhere. It was out here. It's not in here anymore. Okay. Oh, yeah, it is. It's right here. It's right here. So we don't have any of the Viking Raspberry shirts in the house. But you can either get a Viking Raspberry shirt, or you can get the Tavern insignia with the Tavern catchphrase, myth and lore and tales of yore. Get yourself a Black Dragon Tavern. But we're giving away the t-shirt, not the hoodies. It's getting into summer. We didn't think it would make sense to give away hoodies. I just want a shirt. A very tiny part of me wishes I could say dibs on the Feist books. It is going to be. I have a feeling everybody's going to want the Feist books, so it's going to be a heck of a giveaway that day for sure. Okay, for you only, I'm downloading twice. I appreciate you, Leg Lady. I appreciate you. The hoodie is awesome. Should it come in dark purple or black? The lady is the one who picks out the available colors, but if you have a color request, she can get a special printing for you, Rain. You can message, if you do want to order one, or if you win a shirt and you want it in a specific color, you can ask her, and she will see if she can get it done. I won't be putting down my name for the Feist, I already own them. We'll see, there you go. Frost is going to step aside and let some other folks win. The shirt is a biggie for me, though. I know that the shirt is big. I know that a lot of people were looking forward to the illustrated Harry Potter, the first edition of that, and then the Magician books. That hard copy of the first two books is crazy, though. You were the reason I downloaded Twitch. Well, I appreciate you, Jody. I appreciate it. I hope I will make it well worth your while over the coming months and maybe even years if you stick around for that long. I did too, otherwise I wouldn't have it. Well, you all do me a great honor by downloading Twitch just so that you can be in the tavern through another portal. Yes, I'm telling myself I don't need another hoodie, but then it's special. Alright, friends, let's get back into reading. I want to get through this chapter before the end of the night. Hopefully we don't need ads again. No, we got 45 minutes till we need more ads, so good. You're stuck with me as long as you create it. Well, the lady and I are committed. So I will say this, and we don't talk about it often. The lady and I are committed to making stories for as long as we are allowed. Now, there are some things with my family that are going on over the next couple of years with my grandfather where I may have to give up the tavern. Don't worry about that. That's something that is private and we're working on it with. So it's Black Dragon Tavern Gaming over on Twitch. Somebody else already had Black Dragon Tavern. So we may lose Black Dragon Tavern. We're working to make sure that that doesn't happen, but we may lose Black Dragon Tavern. Again, it's a personal thing. It's a family thing. If it ends up happening, you guys will know well beforehand if that ends up being the case. But regardless of what happens, the lady and I will never stop putting out stories. We will never stop making stories for all of you or writing books. And we are committed in whatever way we can to, at some point, building an actual, getting the tavern doors actually opened again. I would love a shirt, but I can't be here tomorrow. Well, that would be a big thing. Tell you what, Jazz, you're always so lovely and generous to the lady and I will let the lady, I'll tell the lady to enter for you. So I'll have the lady enter for you, and if she wins, then that means you won the shirt. Since you've always been such a big supporter of the tavern, I'll have the lady enter for you, and if her entry wins, then you will win. Ah, the lake lady has made it. Hello, hello. As I said, I am above love for a shirt far to ship. As I said above, I love a shirt too far to ship. The shirts should ship wherever you are, Esther. They ship all over. Bear's gotten a bunch of them. So if you enter tomorrow and win, you should be able to get a shirt. If not the lady, then I'll enter for Jazz. Well, see, there you go. Happy Annies, yes, yes. But yes, so even if we do end up losing the tavern, we still intend to someday open real doors for you all to come and visit us with. How much is a shirt without a win? I think they're $20, $25. Hang on, I'll go check. We don't price them very high. We only make a couple of dollars off of them. We price them as low as the printer will let us price them. Where we still make a little bit of something off of them. Yeah, so the t-shirts are $25. And the hoodies are $50, $49. The hoodies are really expensive to print. But the lady picked a very good printer, so they are high quality shirts. They do last a long time. But the t-shirts are $25 and the hoodies are $50. They're really nice shirts, I will say, and not just even just a nice shirt for merch standards. Genuinely nice. Yeah, the lady and I went through several printers before we decided on which one. Because we would love to just get them all shipped in and us ship them out, but we can't really afford to do that. So we were really meticulous about picking our suppliers who are going to print them, because we wanted them to be very durable, very high quality, and make sure that the graphics weren't going to fade, and that they weren't going to be, something that would just fall by the wayside. Gunnar asked a fair question about the shirts. What did Gunnar say? I missed the question, and I don't see. Gunnar, can you ask your question again? I don't see where you asked the question. It's been lost. It's been lost to me. I have 2 hoodies and 3 shirts. They're all amazing. Yeah, Gunnar, can you ask the question again so I don't have to scroll all the way up to catch it? I'll get so behind on chat again if I do. But yeah, the lady worked very hard on making sure that the designs were very good and that the quality of the shirts and the hoodies were very good. Your $50 in American convert. Yeah, so if you live in another country, obviously it's whatever the conversion is. It's $50 American and $25 American. So if you live somewhere where the value of the currency is is less than $1, then it'll be higher. And if it's more than $1, then it'll be, so like if you live in the UK, I think the euro's priced at like $1.30 per euro or something like that. So it would be less technically. And if you live somewhere like Australia, where I think the dollar is valued at like 70 cents, or the Australian dollar is 70 cents to $1, it will be more. No, I was explaining to everybody else, Esther, not you. Yeah, I mean the lady was just gonna do tavern shirts, but if you would prefer to have a Viking raspberry shirt, I'm sure she would be accommodating on that. And she'll let you pick the color of whatever it is you're getting. Yeah, because we only have 2 designs. The lady has been very, very, like, we don't like selling all kinds of just like pointless merchandise. Even though we've had quite a bit of request for merchandise, um, we don't have a whole lot up there on the tavern shop. But you can either get a tavern insignia with the Myth and Lore and Tales of Yore on it, or you can get a Viking raspberry shirt, which I'm sure the lady will let you. But yeah, people have been requesting things for quite a bit. More like demands. Yeah, demands is more right. A tip for any shirt or hoodie that has printing on it: turn them inside out when you wash them and drying to help the printing last longer. Correct. Absolutely, Tyson. Waffle shirts. Yeah, I know. I've told the lady several times. I'm like, they're only gonna let you get away with so long before they demand a waffles shirt. You're shorting out over here. Why are you shorting out, Bobby? What's going on? The hoodies are so comfy. They don't fit. We haven't been able to get one that fits me because the print on the one that we got was too small. When there's a physical building, you'll have to service waffles at least occasionally. That's true. That's true. We will. I'll be back in a couple of weeks, and I'll probably get one. If you open doors, I would travel from North Dakota for that. And the lady and I very much want to not just open tavern doors, but also, like I said, our big dream is the artisan village. We would like to have a whole village where we keep alive artisan practices, and help to revive them and teach them and record them and sort of immortalize them. And we would like to host festivals. We would like to host at least 2 or 3 festivals annually, so people could come out and visit us and get the storytelling and have clan tavern food and whatnot. It would be a hell of a thing for us. We would be very excited about it. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate you. Lucas says, how do you address a kinky soybean? Yes, edamame. That's very funny. It's very funny. Will the shirt have a waffle on it? Twitch is messing with me. I again, like you guys are gonna have to badger her until she decides to make a shirt. But yes, it'll probably have a waffle on it, to be sure. Oh my god, I want a waffle shirt so bad. I love how this reminded me I need euros soon. The print on my Viking raspberry shirt has been fading. I didn't notice for a while. Yeah, the brighter colors do tend to fade a little bit faster if you don't turn them inside out. The color, because I have you can see, if you go over to the I'm looking at it, but if you go to the site, the shirt that I have, is just recently started to fade, and I've been washing it for a little over a year. But I don't turn it inside out, and then the ladies I turn inside out beforehand, and it's not faded at all. So this one I turn inside out before I wash, and the print is not really faded at all. And mine I don't do at all, and it's just started to fade after about a year. He's cackling, as is appropriate. I've been trying to teach people crocheting. Crocheting is I learned to do that with my grandmother when I was very young. It's such a beautiful art, and it is, and again, it's one of those things that well, I would be an annual regular, or we would be glad to have you. Absolutely thrilled. I'll be a cook. I cook better than I cook. If you get my meaning. All right, friends. Let's get back into the book. I don't want you guys to miss out on any story time tonight. So the next giveaway will be at the end, which will be in about an hour. So let us continue. I must be doing something wrong with my shirt and the design. I've only had it a few months. If you wash in too hot of water, graphic tees will fade. You have to wash them in warm or cold water typically. And then you don't want to dry them on high. Graphic t-shirts are really fragile in that way. So if you wash it in too hot of water, it'll cause the ink to fade, it'll cause the print to fade. And if you dry it on too high a heat, that'll also cause it to fade. Still Doomed Punk, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Grab a seat, we're just about to get back into Mirkwood. We're near the end of Mirkwood, so I steal hoodie. It's really in the name. It's really in her name. It is 7-sided and actually looks sort of like a spider. Oh, I'm crocheting a blanket while I watch these. Oh, excellent. Yeah, high heat is the enemy of printed clothing. Anything that is too hot is the enemy of printed clothing. So you have to be very careful when you're washing anything printed in high heat. I don't want to be an adult anymore. I'm now identifying as a dragon. Time for me to do the adult thing and go to bed. Well, go ahead and leave it up in the background here because we're almost done with the chapter. I think I have 13 pages left, so not almost done, but we're getting there. So if you want to keep up in the background, I'll be reading for the rest of this hour until ads pop up. So I'm doing couch armrest covers. Oh, yes. I wish everything inside out and on cold and delicate. Yeah, it might be. If it's fading already, it might just be that it was a bad print. No, you cannot request the Pokérap, Matty. I'll have the lady look into the printer and I'll see if the printer for the Viking raspberries is different. It might also be because we've the red ink might be different. I don't know. I'll have the lady check on it when she gets home though. I made a cursed mashup drawing of Resident Evil and My Chemical Romance. I turned Leon S. Kennedy into... that does sound incredibly cursed. If I miss any story time, no worries. I can always catch up by listening later if I have a moment. That is true, Esser. That is true. I got it. I was just a little bit behind reading everybody else's stuff. If not the Pokérap, how about the opening theme song? I do love the opening theme song. It's very good. It's very good. Good night, hippie. Rest well. Okay, let's continue.
It was a sharp struggle, but worth it,
said one.
What nasty thick skins they have to be sure. But I'll wager there's good juice inside. Aye, they'll make fine eating when they've been hung for a bit,
said another.
Don't take them too long,
said the third.
They're not as fat as they might be. Been feeding them none too well of late, should guess. Kill 'em, I say.
Hissed a fourth.
Kill 'em now and hang 'em dead for a while. They're dead now, warrant,
said the first.
They're not. I saw one is struggling just now. Just come round again, I should say. After a beautiful sleep, I'll show you.
With that, the one with the fat... With that, one of the fat spiders ran along a rope till it came to a dozen bundles hanging in a row from a high branch. Bilbo was horrified, now that he noticed them for the first time dangling in the shadows, to see a dwarvish foot sticking out of the bottom of some of these bundles, or here and there the tip of a nose, or a bit of a beard, or a hood. To the fattest of these bundles the spider winked. "It's poor old Bomber, I'll bet," thought Bilbo, and nipped hard at the nose that stuck out. There was a muffled yelp inside, and a toe shot up and kicked the spider straight and hard. There was life in Bomber still. There was a noise like the kicking of a flabby football, and enraged Spider fell off the branch, only catching itself by its own thread just in time. The others laughed.
You're quite right,
They said,
the meat's alive and kicking. I'll soon put an end to that.
hissed the angry spider, climbing back onto the branch. And now we're back with Bilbo. Driver, thank you for the heartney, my friend. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. And Lake Lady, I don't know if I said it, but thank you for the heartney, the rose, and the heart hands. I appreciate you for those. Bilbo saw that moment had come when he must do something. He could not get up at the brutes, as he had nothing to shoot with. But looking about, he saw that in this place there were many stones, lying in what appeared to be now the dry little watercourse. Bilbo was a pretty fair shot with a stone, and it did not take him long to find a nice, smooth, egg-shaped one that fit his hand cozily. As a boy, he used to practice throwing stones at things until rabbits and squirrels and even birds got out of his way as quick as lightning if they saw him stoop. And even grown-up he had still spent a deal of time at his quoits, dart-throwing, shooting at the wand, bows, ninepins, and other quiet games of aiming and throwing sort. Indeed, he could do lots of things besides blowing smoke rings, asking riddles, cooking, that I haven't had time to tell you about. There is no time now. While he was picking up stones, the spider had reached Bomber, and soon he would have been dead. At that, Bilbo threw. The stone struck the spider plunk on the head, and it dropped senseless off the tree, flop on the ground with all its legs curled up. The next stone went whizzing through the big web, snapping its cord and taking off the spider, sitting in the middle of it. Whack! Dead. After that, there was a deal of commotion in the spider colony, and they forgot the dwarves for a bit, I can tell you. They could not see Bilbo, but they could make a guess at the direction from which the stones were coming. As quick as lightning they came running and swinging towards the hobbit, flinging out their long threads in all directions till the air seemed full of wavering snares. Bilbo, however, soon slipped away into a different place. The idea came to him to lead the furious spiders further and further away from the dwarves. If he could, to make them curious, excited, and angry all at once. When about 50 had gone off to the place where he had stood before, he threw more stones at these, and at others that had stopped behind. Then, dancing among the trees, he began to sing a song, to infuriate them and bring them all after him, and also to let the dwarves hear his voice. This is what he sang.
Old fat spiders spinning in trees, old fat spiders can't see me. At a cop, won't you stop? Stop spinning and look for me. Old Tom Noddy, old big body, old Tom Noddy can't spy me. At a cop, down you drop. You'll never catch me up your tree.
Not very good, perhaps, but then you must remember that he had to make it up himself, on the spur of a very awkward moment. It did what he wanted anyways. As he sang, he threw some more stones and stamped. Practically all the spiders in the place came after him. He dropped to the ground, others raced along in the branches, swung from tree to tree, or cast new ropes across the dark spaces. They made for his noise far quicker than he had expected. They were frightfully angry. Quite apart from the stones, no spider ever liked being called Attercop. And Tom Noddy, of course, is insulting to anybody. Off Bilbo scuttled to a fresh place, but several of the spiders had run now to different points in the glade where they lived, and were busy spinning webs across all the spaces between the tree stems. Very soon the hobbit would be caught in a thick fence of them all around him. That, at least, was the spider's idea. Standing now in the middle of hunting and spinning insects, Bilbo plucked up his courage and began a new song. Lazy Lob, and Crazy Cob are weaving webs to wind me. I am far more sweet than other meat, but still you cannot find me. Here I am, naughty little fly, you are fat and lazy. You cannot trap me, though you try, in your cobwebs crazy. With that he turned and found the last space between two tall trees had been closed with a web. But luckily, not a proper web, only great strands of double thick spider rope run hastily backwards and forwards from trunk to trunk. Out came his little sword, he slashed the threads to pieces and went off singing. The spiders saw the sword, though I don't suppose they knew that's what it was. And at once the whole lot of them came hurrying after the hobbit, along the ground and the branches, hairy legs waving, nippers and spinners snapping, eyes popping. Full of froth and rage, they followed him into the forest until Bilbo had gone far as he dared. Then, quieter than a mouse, he stole back. He had precious little time, he knew, before the spiders were disgusted and came back to their trees, where the dwarves were hung, and meanwhile he had to rescue them. The worst part of the job was getting up the long branches where the bundles were dangling. I don't suppose he would have managed it if a spider had not luckily left a rope hanging down. With its help, though it stuck to his hands and hurt him, he scrambled up only to meet an old, slow, wicked, fat-bodied spider who had remained behind to guard the prisoners. She's not here, Billy. She's out. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. Guys, I have a little bit of a family emergency. I'll be right back. Give me just a minute, okay? Reagan, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. I appreciate you. sorry, friends. A little bit of house trauma. The I don't want to put too much out there, because it's a lot of private family things. Everything is okay for the most part. But the lady's father, he's been not well for a couple of years now. He's fine. He's fine. There's nothing wrong with him. But he had a small dog who was his friend for a very long time, who's helping him through his mental problems. He's been having some stresses, and the dog was his companion kind of through all of it. And it's very old. He's a little teacup Yorkie, and he just passed away. So that was what happened. That's why it was so urgent, and why I was called over. But yeah, his little dog just passed away. So that's what I had to go take care of. I had to go and get him boxed up, and then when the lady gets home, we'll get him cremated and taken care of. So yeah, it's all right. It's just there's a lot of things that are not terribly healthy, so. Name and Queen Lexi, hello, good to see you, welcome in. Yeah, Bobby, it's strange enough to happen right around the same time, yeah? I appreciate you all. I will pass on the condolences, to be sure. So, and I get back just in time for us to run an ad. How wonderful. Yeah, I've done everything that I can right now. He and I are not terribly well acquainted. He's been, the lady's father and I are not terribly well acquainted. He's been dealing with struggles since the lady and I have been together, and so he doesn't talk to me much. Like, we know each other, but we're super well acquainted. So there's not much that I can do comforting wise, because he doesn't know me very well. But I went and got some of the other folk in the house to go and help take care of it. So yeah, that'll be it. Now, yeah, let's go ahead and run ads right quick. I'll put on. Well, no, we can just sit and chat for a bit. Damon Queen Lexi is my sister from another Carol. She finally. Oh, well, hello, welcome in. Thanks, Emerald's Lady has been trying to drag me in for a bit. Just tend to be working a lot. Well, that's perfectly acceptable. I hope that you'll enjoy your time. I'm sorry you came in at such a dramatic moment, but I am glad that you're here. And we'll be back to reading here in just a minute. I'm sorry you're gonna have to sit through a couple of minutes of ads. Twitch makes us run them. But it's at 3 minutes, and then we'll have an hour without them, and we'll get to carry on. And I'll be on a little bit extra long tonight because of the interruption. So we're gonna run those real quick, and we'll be right back, friends. Oh, I suppose we could put on the ladies' playlist while that's going on as well, just as background noise, as it were. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, just don't let the dog come through. Koda, come here. You don't need to be over there. Oh no, I'm absolutely fine. I'm absolutely fine. It's more of a It is going to be something that will weigh heavily on the lady, so that's where it hits me more. But it is also a sad thing. It is a sad thing. You missed me tackling Lexi when she got in, pinned her to the floor, so she would be here when you got back. Well, I appreciate that, and Esther, I appreciate the sentiment. It is. Life has whatever plans it has, and it doesn't matter what we're trying to do, does it? I will be. You guys are more than enough distraction just to get the story time done. So you guys don't need to worry about me at all. I am quite well. Um, let's play some of the ladies' playlist while we're in and about and waiting. Uh, yeah, because he's had the dog since it was a puppy, so he got it when it was very little. He's had it for probably 10, 11 years, and it was a teacup Yorkie. Teacup animals don't typically live all that long, anyways. Joker, hello, my friend. Good to see you back in. Welcome, welcome. Sadly, I lost my kitty, and no one cared. I'm sorry for your loss, Castle. I do understand. Well, of course, you know we always do care when folk lose their pets here in the tavern, Esther. That's why we always take a quiet moment and raise a glass for anybody who's lost one. Not much Joker, just normal story time and a little bit of family drama. Yes, so one of the reasons why we live where we live is because the lady takes care of, to a degree, she takes care of her parents. We would have moved ages ago were it not for that. Give me just a sec, guys. The Joker is always. Well, we've got to have our jester. Jesse, hello, good to see you. Welcome in. Sad day, lost my father-in-law this morning. What a terrible thing. Well, Cindy, we'll raise a glass to you. What was your father-in-law's name, if you don't mind my asking? Not expecting sympathy, but I can understand how much a pet means to someone. It's like losing a family member. It really is. It really is. Thank you, Gunnar. I appreciate you. I've known Lexi since she was 13, and she would come in to where I worked. That was many, many years and many miles ago. It's a hell of a thing. Yeah, but one of the reasons why we are still here is because the lady is worried about her parents. Or we would have left California ages ago. Because it's so expensive out here and we don't particularly care for the environment and the weather and all of that. So, because the crime is just so bad out here. But we've stayed for as long as we have, and actually to the detriment of a rather large financial detriment to the two of us, so that she could keep an eye on her parents. And so we live in an attached apartment to their house. That's why our space is as small as it is. So Cindy has lost her father-in-law this morning as well. So we will raise a glass to Bobby's fine friend who was lost as well, to Jim, and to Max, who were all lost this day. Sláinte, my friends. Hell of a day. Hell of a day. So now, what we'll do is we'll get a little bit more reading in and see if we can get spirits up for the camaraderie in the tavern. Where are you going? Mom's not here. She's not here for you to sit on. Boo came running out and he's like, "Oh, where's Mom?" Because normally the lady sits right across from me. And he usually sits on her while she works. Okay. Alright, back into it, my friends. The ads are done, and we can once again begin our trek. through the murk wood. Okay. Did anyone ever see the guy on reels that continue common rhymes and phrases? No. What do you mean? What do you mean? Give me a little bit more information than that. Right. Let's get back into it, friends. We've got 9 pages left in the chapter, so let us see how quickly we can get through it. I don't suppose he would have managed it if a spider had not luckily left a rope hanging down. With its help, though it stuck to his hands and hurt him, he scrambled up only to meet an old, slow, wicked, fat-bodied spider who had remained behind to guard the prisoners. It had been busy pinching them. It had been too busy pinching them to see which was the juiciest to eat. It had thought of starting the feast while the others were away, but Mr. Baggins was in a hurry, and before the spider knew what was happening, it felt its sting. It felt his sting and rolled off the branch dead. Bilbo's next job was to loose a dwarf. What was he to do? If he cut the string that hung him up, the wretched dwarf might tumble and thump to the ground a good way below. Wriggling along the branch, which made all the poor dwarves dance and dangle like ripe fruit, he reached for the first bundle. Feely or Keely, he thought by the tip of the blue hood sticking out of the top. Most likely Feely, he thought by the tip of the long nose poking out of the winding threads. He managed by leaning over to cut most of the strong sticky thread that bound round him. Then, sure enough, with a kick and a struggle, most of Feely emerged. I'm afraid Mr. Bilbo actually laughed at the sight of him, jerking his stiff arms and legs as he danced on the spider string under his armpits, just like those funny toys bobbing on a wire. A few weeks back, my dear kitty passed away from bowel and kidney cancer. I was there with him until he took his last breath. It's heartbreaking to see the other cat feeling lost, especially since they've been together so long. It is always tragic. I think it's sometimes more tragic for the other pets when a pet is lost than it necessarily is for us, because for them they are... He would deadpan stare and say a common phrase or rhyme like, "I'll think of one, I swear," and would play another person as well who would always complain about them being creepy or ruining the phrase. Something like, find a penny, pick it up, and all the day you'll have good luck. But if there was more, then he would continue it. Oh, yes, I do think I have seen something from him, yes. Is it the guy who does the whole poem that is... We get things like blood is thicker than water, or... I have had a blood is thicker than water story time tucked under my belt for ages, and I just haven't put it out yet. Or is that... I think you might be right, Jody. I think you might be right. Sorry, I haven't been very active tonight. I was driving until recently. I had just to leave. Just as Castle left for the family emergency. Everything is okay. There was a bit of a tragedy, but everyone will be fine. We'll be all right. There was nothing overwhelmingly detrimental or life-threatening that happened. But it's being handled now. I appreciate you, Marina. Put it out. I will at some point, Gunnar. I will at some point. Okay. Alright, where were we? Somehow or the other, Feely was got on the branch, and then he did his best to help the hobbit. Although he was feeling very sick and ill from spider poison, and from hanging most of the night and next day, wound round and round with only his nose to breathe through. It took him ages to get the beastly stuff out of his eyes and eyebrows, and as for his beard, he had to cut most of it off. Well, between them they started to haul up first one dwarf, then another, and slash them free. None of them were better off than Feely, and some of them were worse. Some had hardly been able to breathe at all. Long noses are sometimes useful, you see, and some had been more poisoned. In this way, they rescued Keely, Beaver, Bofer, Dory, Nori. Poor old Bomber was so exhausted. He was the fattest, had been constantly pinched and poked, that he just rolled off the branch and fell plop onto the ground. Fortunately, onto leaves that lay there. But there were still 5 dwarves hanging at the end of the branch when the spiders began to come back, more full of rage than ever. Bilbo immediately went to the end of the branch nearest the tree trunk, and kept back those that crawled up it. He had taken off his ring when he rescued Feely, and had forgotten to put it on again. So now they all began to splutter and hiss.
Now, see you, you nasty little creature. We will eat you, and leave your bones and skin hanging on a tree. Ah, he's got a sting, has he? Well, we'll get him all the same. And then we'll hang him dead downwards for a day or 2.
While this was going on, the other dwarves were working at the rest of the captives and cutting at the threads with their knives. Soon all would be free, though it was not clear what would happen after that. The spiders had caught them pretty easily the night before, but that had been unawares and in the dark. This time, there looked like being a horrible battle. Suddenly, Bilbo noticed that some of the spiders had gathered round old Bomber on the floor, and had tied him up again and were dragging him away. He gave a shout and slashed at the spider in front of him, and they quickly gave way, and he scrambled and fell down right into the middle of those on the ground. His little sword was something new in the way of stings for them. How it darted to and fro, it shone with delight as he stabbed at them. Half a dozen were killed before the rest drew off and left Bomber to Bilbo. "Come down! Come down!" he shouted as the dwarves on the branch. "Don't stay up there or be nettled!" For he saw spiders swarming up the neighbouring trees and crawling along the boughs above the heads of the dwarves. Down the dwarves scrambled or jumped or dropped, 11 all in a heap, most of them very shaky and little use on their legs. There they were at last, 12 of them counting poor old Bomber, who was being propped up on either side of his cousin Beaver and his brother Bofer. And Bilbo was dancing about and waving his sting, and hundreds of angry spiders were goggling at them all around and about and above. It looked pretty hopeless. Then the battle began. Some of the dwarves had knives, some had sticks, and all of them could get at stones. And Bilbo had his elvish dagger. Again and again the spiders were beaten off, and many of them were killed, but it could not go on for long. Bilbo was nearly tired out. Only 4 of the dwarves were able to stand firmly, and soon they would all be overpowered like weary flies. Already the spiders were beginning to weave their webs all around them, from tree to tree, and in the end Bilbo could think of no plan except to let the dwarves into the secret of his ring. He was rather sorry about it, but it could not be helped. "I am going to disappear," he said. "I shall draw the spiders off, if I can, and you must keep together and make in opposite direction. To the left, there, that is more or less the way towards the place where I last saw the elf fires." It was difficult to get them to understand what their dizzy heads and the shouts and the racking of sticks and the throwing of stones, but at last Bilbo felt he could delay no longer. The spiders were drawing their circle ever closer. He suddenly slipped on his ring, and to the great astonishment of the dwarves, he vanished. Soon there came the sound of lazy lop and attercop from among the trees away on the right. that set the spiders up greatly. They stopped advancing, and some went off in the direction of the voice. At a cop made them so angry that they lost their wits. Then Balin, who had grasped Bilbo's plan better than the rest, led an attack. The dwarves huddled together in a knot, sending a shower of stones. They drove at the spiders on the left and burst through the ring. Away behind them, now the shouting and singing suddenly stopped. Hoping desperately that Bilbo had not been caught, the dwarves went on. Not fast enough, though. They were sick and weary, and they could not go much better than a hobble and a wobble. Though many of the spiders were close behind, every now and then they had to turn and fight the creatures that were overtaking them. And already some spiders were in the trees above them and throwing down their long clinging threads. Things were looking pretty bad again when suddenly Bilbo reappeared and charged into the astonished spiders unexpectedly from the side.
Go on! Go on! He shouted. I will do the stinging.
And he did. He darted backwards and forwards, slashing at spiders' threads, hacking at their legs, and stabbing at their fat bodies if they were to come too near. The spiders swelled with rage, and spluttered and frothed and hissed in horrible curses, but they had become mortally afraid of Sting, and dared not come very near, now that it had come back. So curse as they would, their prey moved slowly but steadily away. It was a most terrible business, and seemed to take hours, but at last, when Bilbo felt he could lift his hand for a single stroke more, the spiders suddenly gave up and followed them no more, but went back disappointed to their dark colony. The dwarves then noticed that they had come to the edge of a ring where the elf fires had been. Whether it was one of those that they had seen the night before, they could not tell, but it seemed that some good magic lingered in such spots, which the spiders did not like. At any rate, here the light was greener and the boughs less thick and threatening, and they had a chance to rest and draw breath. There they lay for some time, puffing and panting, but very soon they began to ask questions. They had to have the whole vanishing business carefully explained, and finding of the ring interested them so much that they for a while forgot their own troubles. Balin, in particular, insisted on having the Gollum story, riddles and all, told all over again, with the ring in its proper place. But after a time the light began to fail, and then other questions were asked. Where were they? And where was their path? And where was there any food? And what were they going to do next? The questions they asked over and over again, and it was from little Bilbo that they seemed to expect to get the answers. From which you can see they had to change their opinion of Mr. Baggins very much, and had begun to have great respect for him, as Gandalf had said they would. Indeed, they really expected him to think of some wonderful plan for helping them, and were not merely grumbling. They knew only too well that they would soon all be dead if it had not been for the hobbit, and they thanked him many times. Some of them even got up and bowed right to the ground before him, though they fell over with the effort, and could not get their legs again for some time. Knowing the truth about the vanishing did not lessen their opinion of Bilbo at all, for they saw he had some wits, as well as luck, and a magic ring, and all three are very useful possessions. In fact, they praised him so much that Bilbo began to feel there really was something of a bold adventurer about himself after all, though he would have felt a lot bolder still if they had been anything to eat. Marina, what are you doing? Thank you for the bits, Marina. I appreciate you for that. Milu, thank you for the bits as well. You guys, that's perfect. You're good. We've had enough cheering this eve. I appreciate you all. Tips to the Tavern Keeper always appreciated. Marina, thank you kindly for the hot combo over on the Twitch portal. I appreciate you. Cat Mama, thank you for the follow over on TikTok. Welcome in. You've marked the tavern on your map. You should be able to find your way back. the next time you seek a story. And thank you, Cindy, for all of the likes, and to anyone else who's liking on TikTok, YouTube, or Facebook. The shares and the likes, they do help other folk find us, so thank you kindly. Bobby, thank you for the giant Deanie. I guess they're not teeny Deanies over on Twitch, but thank you for the Deanie over on Twitch. I appreciate you for that. Guys, stop. Cut it out. We only have a few more pages left. We're good for the evening. I've been lurking and writing. Good. Damon Queen, thank you for the Twitch sub. I appreciate you for that. Thank you kindly. Jazz, thank you for the Deanies. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You guys are being far too generous. Thank you kindly. Lexi, I hope that you are enjoying your first trip to the tavern. I hope that the storytelling is to your liking. I think I just found a new lazy night dinner, yellow curry fried rice with bacon. That does sound tasty. Jonas, it's so good to have you in, my friend. I'm glad that you're here. Thank you all for tipping the tavern keeper. It is appreciated. We can calm down now, though. Thank you kindly. Marina, too much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Enjoy your griffin wings there. Tips to the tavern keeper, always appreciated. Oh yes, best way to start a day off. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully the troublemakers aren't going to start spamming me again and breaking the... Yesterday they tried to break the magic software that allows me to tell you all stories from so far away. Thank you, Marina. I appreciate you. The tips are always appreciated. Thank you very much. All right, let's get on. But there was nothing at all, and none of them were fit to go and look for anything or search for a lost path. The lost path! No other idea would come to Bilbo's tired head. He just sat there staring in front of him at the endless trees, and after a while they all fell silent again. Except Bolin. Long after the others had stopped talking and shut their eyes, he kept on muttering and chuckling to himself. Gollum, well, I'll be blessed. So that's how he sneaked past me, is it? Now I know. I just crept quietly along, did you, Mr. Buggins? Buttons all over the doorsteps. Good old Bilbo, Bo. And then he fell asleep, and there was a complete silence for a long while. All of a sudden, Dwalin opened an eye and looked around at them. Where's Thorin? Where's Thorin? He asked. It was a terrible shock. Of course, there were only 13 of them, 12 dwarves and the hobbit. Where indeed was Thorin? They wondered what evil fate had befallen him, magic or dark monsters, and shuddered as they lay lost in the forest. And there they dropped off one by one into uncomfortable sleep, full of horrible dreams, as evening wore to black night. And there we must leave them for the present too, too sick and weary to set guards or take turns watching. So you see here, there is Bofur falling asleep and muttering Bilbo to himself. Let me see if I can get it. There we go. The patrons of the tavern are truly beautiful and wonderful bunch. Yes, indeed they are. Yes, indeed they are. I appreciate you all deeply. And a drink! Grab yourselves a drink from the Frostbeard, one of our beloved barkeeps. We raise a glass to you, the patrons of the tavern. Thank you kindly, my friends. To all the tavern family and the joy they bring. Yes, indeed. Cassandra, thank you for the heart me and for the club cheers. Thank you very much for that. Tips to the tavern keeper are always appreciated. Thorin had been caught much faster than they had, you remember. Bilbo falling like a log into sleep as he stepped into the circle of light. The next time of it had been Thorin who stepped, and as the lights went out he fell like a stone enchanted. All the noise of the dwarves lost in the night, their cries as the spiders caught them and bound them, and all the sound... You guys, Bobby... Thank you, Bobby, for all of the little corgis. Thank you for the bits. Trying to stay awake, this music doesn't help. I should... Oh, the music does... The music's the right volume, but it is supposed to be relaxing. This should be a little bit better. It shouldn't be quite as Jazz, thank you for the little hearts. I appreciate you for the bits. Thank you. You guys, it's on level 2. Yeah, it is. You guys are wonderful. I appreciate you. It is sleepy music, that is true. It's actually even making me a little bit sleepy. Had passed over him unheard, then the wood elves had come to him and bound him and carried him away. The feasting people were wood elves, of course. These are not wicked folk. If they have a fault, it is a distrust of strangers. Though their magic was strong, even in those days they were wary. They differed from the high elves of the West and were more dangerous and less wise. For most of them, together with their scattered relations in the hills and mountains, were descended from ancient tribes that never went to the ferry in the West. There the light elves and the deep elves and the sea elves went and lived for ages, and grew fairer and wiser and more learned, and invented their magic and their cunning craft in the making of beautiful and marvelous things, before some came back to the wide world. And in the wide world the wood elves lingered in the twilight of our sun and moon, but loved best the stars, and they wandered in the great forests that grew tall in the land that are now lost. They dwelt most often by the edges of the woods, from which they could escape at times to hunt or to ride or run, and the open lands by moonlight or starlight, and after the coming of men, they took over more and more of the gloaming and the dusk. Still, the elves were and remain, and that is good people. In a great cave some miles within the edge of Mirkwood, on its eastern side, there lived at this time their greatest king. Before his huge doors of stone a river ran, out of the heights of the forest, and flowed on and out into the marshes at the feet of the high wooded lands. This great cave, from which countless smaller ones opened out on to every side, wound far underground and had many passages wide and wide halls, but it was lighter and more wholesome than any goblin dwelling, and neither so deep nor so dangerous. In fact, the subjects of the king mostly lived and hunted in the open wood, and had houses or huts on the ground or in the branches. The beeches were their favorite trees. The king's cave was his palace, and the strong place of his treasure and the fortress of his people against their enemies. It was also the dungeon of his prisoners. So to the cave they dragged Thorin, not too gently, for they did not love dwarves, and thought that he was an enemy. In the ancient days they had had wars with some of the dwarves, whom they accused of stealing their treasure. It was only fair to say that the dwarves gave a different account, and said that they only took what was their due. For the Elf King had bargained with them to shape his raw gold and silver, and had afterwards refused to give them their pay. If the Elf King had a weakness, it was for treasure, especially for silver and white gems, and though his hoard was rich, he was ever eager for more, since he had not yet as great a treasure as other elf lords of old. His people neither mined nor worked metals or jewels, nor did they bother much with the trade or the tilling of the earth. All this was well known to every dwarf, though. Thorin's family had had nothing to do with the old quarrel I have spoken of. Consequently, Thorin was angry at their treatment of him, when they took their spell off him and he came to his senses, and also he was determined no word of gold or jewels should be dragged out of him. The king looked sternly on Thorin when he was brought before him, and asked him many questions, but Thorin would only say that he was starving. Why did you and your folk 3 times try to attack my people at their merrymaking? Asked the king.
We did not attack them, answered Thorin. We came to beg because we are starving.
Where are your friends now? And what are they doing?
I don't know. I expect starving in the forest.
What are you doing in the forest?
Looking for food and drink, because we're starving.
But what brought you into the forest at all? Asked the king angrily. At that, Thorin shut his mouth and would not say another word. Very well, said the king. Take him away and keep him safe until he feels inclined to tell the truth, even if he waits 100 years. Then the elves put thongs on him and shut him up in the innermost caves of the strong wooden doors and left him. They gave him food and drink, plenty of both, if not very fine. The wood elves were not goblins, and were reasonably well behaved even to their enemies. When they captured them, the giant spiders were the only living things that they had no mercy upon. There in the king's dungeon poor Thorin lay, and after he had got over his thankfulness for bread and meat and water, he began to wonder what had become of his unfortunate friends. It was not very long before he discovered. But that belongs to the next chapter, and the beginning of another adventure in which the hobbit again showed his usefulness. And so ends chapter 8 of our adventure in to Middle-earth. And next time, it will be Beryl's Out of Bond in chapter 9. What an incredible night of stories, my friends. Said Hakos, hello and welcome in. I'm so very glad that you could join us. I hope that you've enjoyed your time with us for stories. I see we have quite a few new folk in. Jazz, thank you for the bits. Tips to the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. What a glorious end for story time. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. To all of the new folks, Jazz, enjoy your Black Dragon mead there. Bear, you guys, that's more than enough, Bear. Thank you for the bits. Tips to the Tavern Keeper. Always appreciate you guys being far too generous with me this evening. The Barrel chapter is indeed fun. It was sad that it wasn't quite as good. Oh, there's a posture check. Let's get a stretch in. Oh, my back is quite tight, actually. Marina, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Thank you kindly, my friends. Enjoy your in Black Dragon mead there as well. Thank you for following. Oh, Grammy Soul, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. To all of the new folks, because there are quite a few new folk in, I am Castle. This is my tavern. And here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore. And every now and again I read you all a bedtime story. You have found yourself in a tavern at the end of the world, where all stories eventually come to rest. And you have found yourself here because you sought a story. I run this lovely place with my beloved, the Lady of the Tavern, Una. And tonight, we are in the midst of our Read-A-Thon, on day 5, as a matter of fact. And you are all in just in time for the final giveaway of the evening, actually. You don't have to pay anything to enter the giveaway. We are giving things away because we appreciate all of the love and support we get from the lovely patrons of the tavern. The final giveaway of the evening. You have to be over on Twitch for it, so if you would like a chance to win, we're giving away these Game of Thrones graphic novels that we rescued. These are not new. We rescued them from an estate sale, but they are in quite good condition. I think brand new. They go for about $20, $25, $30, something like that a piece. And we're giving away the first 3, as these are the ones that we have. So if you would like a chance to win these 3 graphic novels, Jazz, if you're off to bed, good night and rest well. Thank you so much for your generosity, love. I appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you back again tomorrow. Thank you all, my friends, so much for your generosity. We're going to start the raffle just now. It should just be for the US, but if you are outside of the US and willing to pay the ludicrous shipping, then you're welcome to enter as well. And so begins the raffle, ! Raffle to get in over on Twitch, my friends. It's not a raffle, it's just a giveaway, but it is called a raffle. So get in your submission Bear, your submission didn't go through if you were planning to get in. Oh, no, it did. It did. Never mind. I have Destiny's address. I'll work shipping out with her. I mean, at that point, it might just be more pointed for us to ship it directly to you. So here we are, the 3 graphic. I can't show you anything inside of them because they are graphic novels. But yes, we have the first 3 volumes of the Game of Thrones graphic novel. So if you're a fan of Game of Thrones or you just like graphic novels, I believe these are collectible. I don't know for sure. They are as I said, in relatively good condition. The dust jackets are a little bit folded from going in and out of shelves or sitting on shelves, and then the bottoms of them do have a little bit of shelf wear, but otherwise they are in good health. And they were rescued, so you'll be participating in book rescue with the lady and I. We often go to used bookshops or estate sales or yard sales and find people's books and go about rescuing them, and if we can, we will rebind them if they need it, and otherwise doctor up the pages if necessary. We have found a great many old books that were bound for the dump. Game of Thrones graphic? Not at all. No, not at all. So, Cindy, it's exclamation point and then the word raffle, no spaces. You can copy it from anybody else who's put it in and just paste it into the chat. I would expect quite graphic content from Game of Thrones. I was honestly surprised they had it made into graphic novels. I was too. Like, when we go to like estate sales or really anywhere where we get used books, we always tend to find some really interesting things that we'd never found before. Like the lady found a really brilliant paperback of Magician, which we had barely been able to see. Esther, you said Game of Thrones, is that a 3-book series? It is not a 3-book series, Esther. Game of Thrones, I think, is 5 books, with the 6th one that is supposed to be on the way, but never. This is the graphic novel series, which means it's basically it's sort of like a grown-up comic book. Okay, this doesn't look too bad. Yeah, we can show that. You can see it is a graphic novel. The art in it is pretty decent. This looks like it's when Bran gets thrown out of the tower in the first episode, or first couple episodes, something like that. Yeah. So, there you have it, my friends. Again, I would prefer, I think everybody is an adult, but you should have to be an adult to get these, so. I'm back. I had a lot of stuff that they needed to get done. Well, Hannah, I made it back. We're in the final giveaway of the evening. There's 10 minutes left, so you can head on over. Emphasis on never, yes indeed. Game of Thrones isn't done, and that guy is slow. He's probably. I just subscribed. I didn't see it come. Well, I did see you follow, but I thank you for the Prime sub anyways, Esther. Thank you kindly. Tips to the Tavern Keeper always appreciated. It didn't pop for me, but I believe you. Game of Thrones is done. Yeah, absolutely. You are entered, Cindy. It looks like. Hang on, let me check. Let me check to make sure. Yeah, you are in, Cindy. Your entry is in. So anybody else who would like a chance at winning these graphic novels, please go over to the Twitch chat, !raffle. I believe you, Esther. I believe you. I appreciate you. And it says you followed too. Is this another new Esther account? No trouble at all. No trouble at all. We've got 15 entries so far. This is going to be a heck of a competition to see who gets them. And then, of course, we have 2 more days of giveaways. We're going to be giving away more things tomorrow and more things on Saturday. We will be reading on Sunday, but we don't have a giveaway planned for Sunday. We might still give something away on Sunday, but it will depend. It will depend. Again, I would recommend being in the US. Huh, it keeps adding numbers to it. That's interesting. Same old one I had for some time. Muy interesante. Absolutely, Grammy Cell. It's good to have you in. Very glad that you could join us. Rest well. We will be back tomorrow, Twitch only tomorrow. We will be back on tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the rest, or for the Friday episode of the Read-A-Thon. And then we will also be on Saturday. And then Sunday we'll be finishing up whatever there is. And then next week I might not be here on Tuesday. I might be driving across the country. We will see what would happen. New idea of surf and turf: a tuna melt with fried chicken. Isn't that just like a patty melt? Gunnar? Wouldn't that be like a patty melt? I don't know, maybe. Like, you didn't see you come in though. Didn't see that come through. Didn't want to miss out. Appreciate you, Frost. I appreciate you. Proper barkeep, making sure everybody gets to be involved. Oh, and I forgot to take my tiny sip. Hang on. Let me fill my tiny tankard. Thank you for the tiny sip. Appreciate you. Sláinte, my friends. So you can either have me take a sip from the big tankard, or you can have me take a sip from the tiny tankard. And we all cheers with the tiny tankard. Arengo bra. Well, see, there you go. Well, see, yeah, there it is. Yeah, and once you should get a little egg as well. The little egg denotes who is subscribed and who is not subscribed. The lady was planning. Oop, hang on. I gotta hang on. We're gonna lose. Hang on. For some reason, things are freaking out. Okay. Let me close that for a second. Then we'll open it back up. Hopefully that didn't mess with anything. It should still be going. Hopefully. And this should still be going as well, hopefully. Okay, good. Didn't get interrupted. All right, guys. 6 minutes left in the giveaway. If you want to get an entry in, get on in there. Milo, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Oh, you guys are something else. When you sip from the tiny tankard, you need... Oh, I apologize. I got to keep it classy. You're correct. You're correct, Tyson. Got to pop the pinky out and keep it classy. Here we go. So, pinky out, because we are classy in the tavern. Here we go. Oh, you might have a choice. Well, no, see, because Destiny also does the Prime sub often, and she has an egg. So when your sub goes through, you get a little egg, because the egg is the badge that you get for subscribing. So the crown means that you have a Prime sub available, but the egg means that you are subscribed. The music did stop. I guess I muted it by accident. There we go. There we go. You know what, let's actually, instead of doing the sound, the background sounds, we'll do the ladies playlist while we're waiting. Why the heck not? Why the heck not? Yeah. So the crown just means that you have Prime enabled. The egg is specific to the tavern. So everyone who is subscribed to the tavern will have an egg. It's possible, Lester, it's possible. The ranch exploded. Wait, were you eating ranch and it exploded? Gunnar, is that what happened?
The snowdrop breaks the frozen crust. We shake away the winter's dust. A ribbon tied to the sacred tree for every spirit wild and free. The cattle low in the morning air as the scent of blossom fills the prayer. Oh, dance for the fire and dance for the seed, for the healing hand of Mother Breed. The wheel is turning, the flame is bright. We're dancing out the heart of night and
It is Irish adjacent. Yes, Esther. It is Irish adjacent. Yeah, you only get one. Use it wisely. Don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can use your Prime sub, so you don't have to pay for it, but you still get the sub. Absolutely. Take Papa Bezos's money. So therefore, the sign has to be given to not be. Oh wait, hang on. I tried to be civilized and put the ranch in a tipping cup and exploded all over me in the counter. Of course. So therefore, the sign has to be given to not be civilized. Absolutely. Tokyo viewers signing out. It's lunchtime. Sugar, it was wonderful to have you. I hope you enjoyed Storytime today. I'm sorry that we had such a big interruption, but I appreciate you being here, sticking with us. If you want to continue with The Hobbit with us tomorrow and Sunday will be on at 4 p.m. again, Pacific Standard Time, but it'll only be on Twitch. So if you want to join us tomorrow and Saturday, we'll be Twitch, but on Sunday we will be back on everything again. Sunday, Tuesday and Thursday are always on everything. Absolutely, Sugar. It was good to see you. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. And if you ever want to join the guild, post some pictures of Tokyo for us. I know there are a lot of Japanese culture and anime and manga fans in the guild, so I'm sure they would love to see it. Hannah, you got to go over to Twitch and do ! Raffle. There is only 2 minutes left, so hurry. Hurry. What subscription are you referring to if someone has Amazon Prime? So if you have Amazon Prime, Belinda, you can link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account because Twitch is owned by Amazon. And then they let you do one free sub to one Twitch channel per month. And what that means is that the Twitch streamer gets like $2.50 or something. And then you don't have to get ads when ads run for that channel. No, we're done reading for tonight, Esther. The interruptions of the evening have put us off. We're finishing up the giveaway, which if you want to join, please do. But I don't know if you would want to pay for the shipping out in Australia. So the lady and I can cover like $15, maybe $20 worth of shipping. Taller and I tan better. Wait, hang on. Salty Heathen, hello, welcome in, good to see you. When you go to subscribe, it will ask you if you want to link it to Prime. Yes. Taller. I just did that, Castle. I am a Prime member and it's linked to Twitch. Right. And then once that's done, you can click on the subscription. And it'll ask you if you want it. There'll be like a little checkbox that asks you if you want to use your Prime subscription, and you can do it. Hannah, you better hurry. Get on over to Twitch. Sorry for coming in late. I didn't get the notification up. That's all right. Cindy's on TikTok and Twitch. double doing it. You got 40 seconds to get into the raffle over on Twitch if you are wanting to get these lovely illustrated graphic novels of the Game of Thrones story. Hurry. Time is running out. 18 seconds. I did it on my iPad today. It won't work from my phone. It has to be done. Yeah, it's easier to be done on a computer, to be sure. You can do it from mobile, but it's a pain in the butt to do it from mobile. It's much easier to do from a computer, that's to be sure. Hurry, get your curry, something like that, yeah. Alright, that's it. Time is up. There's no more entries, friends. Alright, this is the big one. This is the final one of the day. Who is going to walk away with The Game of Thrones graphic novels. Let us see. Let me get a drum roll, please. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, something like that. Da-da-da-da-da. That's probably very loud for you guys. I won't do that. And the winner is Cindy! Congratulations, Cindy. You have won yourself the graphic novel set, and you have participated in a book rescue and won yourself the first 3 graphic novels of the Game of Thrones series. Congratulations. Make sure, just for fun, say Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. If ever you guys get something that you don't want or you'd like to pass on, you can, but you need to pick the person who you want to give it to. Cindy, please make sure that you message me over on Twitch, whisper me over on Twitch, so that I can get your address so that we can mail these out to you at the end of the Read-A-Thon. Cindy says, I've never won anything. Well, today you are the big winner of the day's giveaways, winning the final giveaway of the day. So congratulations, Cindy. Thank you for participating. Thank you everyone who participated. You guys are absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. We're going to complete that one, and that one is done for the day. So I think the only other person who I need to make sure has messaged me is Marina. Good Lord. Thank you, Marina, for the hearts. I appreciate you. I think that we're good for bits for the night. You guys, thank you so much. Absolutely good for the evening. But yes, Stephanie and Cindy message me, whisper me on Twitch to make sure that I can get your... Stephanie, I need your email address so we can send you your ebook, and Cindy will need to get your address and your name. Yes, so all of the things that are drop shipped, that's the t-shirts, that's the festival's books, and the Harry Potter book tomorrow, so the illustrated edition of the Harry Potter book, which we're giving away tomorrow. Any of those can go worldwide as long as you can get a shipment from Amazon. You will be able to get a shipment from us. Oop, hang on. TikTok's trying to kick me off here at the end. Hang on. We've been on all day and now TikTok's trying to kick me off. Okay, we're good. So yeah, we will be reading tomorrow, but tomorrow we'll be Twitch only. We'll only be on Twitch tomorrow. And we have another giveaway tomorrow, and we have another one on Saturday for everything. And again, you guys don't need to pay anything to enter these. These are us giving back to the community. There have been a lot of crazy people who have been donating to the tavern anyways and tipping the tavern keeper. And we appreciate you all, but it's not necessary. As usual, it's come time of the night. Good night, Frost. Rest well, my friend. Frost says, thank you once again, Castle, for the story and the rest of the tavern family. I will look forward to tomorrow's story. Good night, my friend. I will be on at 4 p.m. tomorrow. 4 p.m., 4:30, sometime around then is about when I get on. Yeah, my Saturday, my Friday, your Saturday, correct. Good night, Bobby. Rest well. To everyone who has to head off, good night to you. I appreciate you all for being here. Again, Cindy and Stephanie, make sure that you message me so that I can get you your prizes and we can make sure you get them at the end of the night. To all the new folk, Lexi, it's good to have you in. I hope you enjoyed yourself. To all of the folks who we haven't seen in a while, Jonas, it was good to see you. I'm glad that you came in. Kemians, good night. It's good to see all of you. I appreciate the support on the Read-A-Thon. It has been wonderful. I've been looking for some good mythology books. Do you know of any that you would recommend? I do. Shoot me a message, Crow, if you follow me on any of the platforms, shoot me a message and I will go look for that message tonight and I'll send you some links to recommendations. Very much we'll be back again soon. Wonderful, Lexi. I'm glad that we have won your business. All right, my friends, this is where we're going to end for the night. I appreciate you all for the support and all of the love, and while it is sad that we must part, we will again gather here in the tavern the next time that you all seek a story. Twitch friends, we're going to raid out, but for everybody else, Until the next time that we gather, stay bloodthirsty, my friends, and I will see you next time. Have a good night.